You are good to go, Mayor.
All right, we're ready to start. Good evening and welcome to the City of Leon Valley City Council regular council meeting. Today is Tuesday, February 21st, 2023, and it's approximately 6:30 p.m. And we do have a quorum. We have 4 out of our 5 council members that are here this evening. Mr. Bradshaw is out of town and will be excused at the consent agenda. And I didn't ask Mr. Hefner if you would please lead us in the pledge. Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Appreciate it. All right. Agenda item number 2, citizens to be heard. Anyone who would like to address the council at this time, please come forward and state your name and just generally where you live, and you have up to 3 minutes to speak. And it can be usually something that's not on the agenda because we do allow you to speak at agenda items. Yes. Good evening, Mr. Shippey. Welcome.
Hi, Dave Shippey, representing Vista Del Rey Apartments.
Okay.
I want to give you an update on the Vista certificates of occupancy. So this week we repaired stairs on our first building. We brought all the stairs up to code compliance, and we got the city out to inspect that. We passed the inspection, and we'll now get the fire inspector out and get final certificate of occupancy on that this week. We pulled permits for the next 10 buildings to do a similar repair, and we'll get certificates of occupancy for those 10 buildings in the next couple of weeks.
Okay, very
Thank
good.
you.
Thank you so much for the progress that you're making. Do appreciate it. All right. Anyone else like to address the council this time? All right. Seeing no one else, then we'll move to presentations. And as you can see, this meeting is heavy on presentations. We have 6 presentations this evening. And I've asked each of the presenters to limit their presentations to 10 minutes each. And then after that, we'll open up to the citizens for any questions or comments, and then we'll come back to the council and ask their questions and comments, and then we'll see if the council has any action that they'd like to take on any one of these presentation agenda items. So let's begin. 3.1, presentation, discussion, and possible action on VIA ridership and MTA .005 of sales tax. And Councilor Hefner and Councilor Stevens had requested this agenda item this evening. Mr. Hefner, I'll let you start.
Sure, Mayor. Thank you for that.
You bet.
So just a bit of brief background on this. This was brought to my attention by a citizen concerned about the cost of the program. And I requested from our staff as well as from you, Mayor, and in our outreach to VIA, I think we've got a couple of VIA representatives that are here tonight, so hopefully they can give us some information about the program. But the initial information, which is in the packet on, let's see, packet page 6 and packet page 7, for those that are following along at home, just gave an initial look that seemed a little concerning. So would be happy to hear from the VIA representatives of their analysis of the program, utilization, specifically, I think the slide that's on the screen right now is a by stop count of ridership, which makes it difficult to really analyze the true utilization of the program. I believe it includes both routes that go through Leon Valley, routes that are adjacent to Leon Valley, and looking at the costs that we have for our city, as well as understanding any agreements that we have in place and the longevity of those. It's really what I'd like to get out of today's discussion.
Okay. Very good. We have 3 VIA representatives, and I appreciate y'all being here this evening. John Gary Herrera is here. And Mr. Herrera, I believe you're a vice president, right?
Yes, they still call me that.
Okay, thanks for calling you that. I know you're up there next to Jeff, so that's all I know.
Senior on that.
Senior. Okay. All right. Thank you. And then we have Tom Marks, who is the Chief External and Governmental Relations Officer. Mr. Marks, thank you for being here. And then we have Sandip Sen, who is the Director of the Service Planning and Scheduling. So, is there anything specifically you just want to know for the bang of what we pay, is it feasible?
I would like a full accounting of the program.
Okay.
I had asked for a presentation. I see that there's a presentation on the screen. It would have
I had
been
asked
nice
you.
for this to have been in the packet so that the citizens could see it as well. If we can send this to the council members, that would be wonderful. But I'd like the VIA representatives to walk through the presentation, give us the information, and let us ask questions.
Sure. Mr. Stevens.
And I can add just a little bit as well.
Okay.
So I think, I've heard from citizens, even going back to prior to my time on the council, there were some concerns regarding the program. And based on the data that we have, it appears the majority of daily ridership occurs along main thoroughfares, not residential areas. The apartment complexes do have a little bit higher tick up than the other areas, but a lot of the areas are areas where there are no residences or apartments, meaning that it's people maybe commuting to work, maybe San Antonio residents commuting within Leon Valley, that sort of thing. And so I'm concerned because, based on, I think, the recent data, we essentially pay about $1.5 million a year to this, for the VIA program. And the question is, what is the value that's provided to all 11,000 of our citizens, being that the data only shows that probably about a dozen use the VIA service. So.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Herrera, would you like to begin? Thank you, and welcome.
Mayor, thank you, and
You
council
bet.
members, thank you as well. And let me say thank you for this opportunity to come and address and talk about, what in particular value that you're looking for. And I'm glad to say I believe that our presentation was geared towards that. So I was making the connections in my mind. I'm hoping that this is going to answer some of the questions that you have, but it's also going to probably bring in data that you don't have, and that's fair because that is indeed something that we owe you. So that's what we would also here to commit to, is to bring more communication opportunities with the city, so you're constantly getting that information about what we're providing in the city and what type of value that the city is receiving. So if we could bring that, oh, look at that, it's already up. Again, my name is John Gary Herrera. I'm the Senior Vice President for Public Engagement at VIA. I've been there for 5 years. I can't believe it's already been 5 years, but I have enjoyed my time there. It's a wonderful organization to work for. It's very, feels like a family type of organization there. I feel a little bit of homecoming here with Leon Valley. My best friend grew up on Trone Trail, and so I spent a lot of time over here in Leon Valley. So I love this opportunity to make this connection. If we can go to the next slide, what we're going to attempt to do today with this presentation, I am committed to keeping it brief, but not, of course, making it ourselves available for questions that are coming, is to provide you, a snapshot of the benefits of transit in general, but we're going to get right into the data of what Leon Valley is receiving for the $1.5 million in MTA tax that we have that was alluded to earlier, and then talk about that financial impact regarding that investment. We'll go to the next slide here. So just in general for this is VIA as a whole. 45 years of service, 14 member cities, 1,200 square miles as we cover. Only Houston serves a larger square miles, Houston Metro, than San Antonio, and that's only by a couple of, maybe about 70 to 90 square miles larger. As we know, living here in this region, San Antonio is a pretty widely spread community. We have 77 bus routes, 6,000 bus stops within our zones. We now have 3 VIA Link zones. That's an Uber-like service that we're offering on some outskirts of San Antonio. We're going to be adding to that number as we go and deliver more and more service. We got 8 transit centers, and 22 million passenger trips annually is what we produced as a system last year. But that number was actually 35 million pre-COVID. So we're going to get back to the 35 million. You're going to hear me talking about that occasionally as well. One more point I'll make on this slide, and we'll go to the next slide, is 45 years of service. That was an election that was held 45 years ago that included Leon Valley. So Leon Valley has had our service for 45 years as well. They're one of the originating, what we call MTA member cities. That's the Metropolitan Transit Authority. The state of Texas made available to those large urban areas the ability to vote in a Metropolitan Transit Authority, and along with that would be up to 1 cent of the sales tax utilization of that governing body. In San Antonio and this area, they did half. So it's half a cent. Now, not necessarily for, for Leon Valley, or just a comment here, is Houston, Dallas, and Austin, they all went to the full penny. So they're twice as more funded than VIA is. But we're not making an excuse here. We're going to be good with the dollars and very, very efficient with the tax dollars, because we have very few of it, so we got to make it go a long way. We'll go to the next slide. Just to reiterate in terms of public transit benefits, but the utilization of public transit, it connects people to jobs. Let me say that from the very first mention here. Growing up here in San Antonio, and seeing VIA and actually utilizing VIA, but one of the connections that I made immediately and understood when I started working there is that's the #1 reason why folks are taking our service, is to get to their jobs. Second most reason, or second highest reason, is for education. Whether it's secondary education, as young as 12 years old can ride our service without an adult companion, all the way to those that are in college as well. Obviously, the education, healthcare, job training offers independence to people. Now, we have a VIA Trans service that you may have also seen. This is a registered service for those folks that qualify for the service. It's a curb-to-curb service that is offered, and that's going to be for folks that have a disability that a fixed route service bus may not be able to serve. So in that cases, they would register for our VIA Trans. Because it is indeed #1 reason they take it for jobs, it's a driver of the economy. The driver of the economy in terms of who we deliver to businesses, and who we also deliver to in and around this community, which we'll give you a snapshot of as well. We'll go to the next slide as well. We're going to talk about the affordability options here in a little bit. Main levels of service, again, is the VIA bus service, the VIA Trans service, the VIA van pool service. Now we're going to get into more specifics on Leon Valley. Again, since 1978. We'll go into the next slide. So we'll give you a bus service snapshot of where we are with Leon Valley, with the number of routes that we have. I believe it's 6 routes that serve Leon Valley. So let me say, by definition, Leon Valley is a transit-rich community. That means 100% of the community is within 3/4 of a mile of a transit route. Not all of your neighboring member cities can say that. Leon Valley can, and that's an important distinction as well. That also means that 100% of your employers are also covered by that option of attracting individuals that would be coming by transit. We have service that, as you can see on the frequency side, I'm going to make a mention of that. Frequency is a very important distinguishing characteristic for transit, because that's also what helps attract more and more folks to transit. Think about that frequency, how long you're waiting for that bus and how long your trip is. We're trying to reduce that time, and that's what we're doing. Locally, San Antonio had an election in 2020 to add a 1/8 cent of a sales tax provision over to over to Advanced Transportation District, which VIA runs. What's going to be a result of that are those frequency routes that we see, or the frequency of the routes that we see here in Leon Valley. Those are going to improve. That's frequency that Leon Valley is going to see, but not on the dime of Leon Valley. That's actually a result of an election that happened in San Antonio. So there's already some more bang for the buck, but we're going to get to those dollars here. So 279,200 boardings per year was pre-COVID. We're well on our way to get back to that. Just last month, we had a nearly 14% increase in ridership. We're currently having 187,400 boardings per year in Leon Valley, and ridership is up 30% since 2020. So we're seeing ridership coming back in in droves. We'll go to the next slide. This is a very interesting snapshot that we're in a unique position to show, because we do about once every 4 years, I'm going to say, Sandeep, this industry, and in particular VIA, will do a very in-depth survey about ridership, and in particular originations and destinations, where ridership is originating and where ridership is going. To put this in perspective, it's over 22,000 surveys that is done over a 6-month period. We're right on the heels of that, so we have this data. It's fresh off the block, as we say. But this is giving you a snapshot of a daily service that is coming out, trips from Leon Valley, and where their destinations are going, and what is originating from Leon Valley. You know, pay particular attention to the scope and the depths of and the diversity of the trips that are coming outside Leon Valley. The next slide is going to show trips that are coming into Leon Valley on a daily basis. Those are trips that are coming into Leon Valley on a daily basis. Again, look at the at the diversity and depths of what is coming into Leon Valley. You know, I think Councilman Stevens had, in particular, said, you know, some of that is going to be coming in for jobs, and indeed, you know, taking that service as well for getting to jobs. The survey also indicated that the users of this service in Leon Valley, about 70% of them are using it 5 days a week. That's an indication that that's jobs when it's that highly utilized at that level. Next slide. Here's a Via Trans service snapshot. Again, Via Trans is that mobility option that we have for those folks that a fixed route bus would not qualify or is indeed, you know, within their parameters to take. We have 161 active Via Trans clients in Leon Valley. Via Trans as a whole has been 31,649 trips. That's not in Leon Valley. I want to say that's just in general. But the 161 active Via Trans clients in Leon Valley, those are the ones that are taking the service on a curb-to-curb basis. That number does not include how many are coming in from out of Leon Valley and coming into, for example, you have a dialysis center that's here in Leon Valley. That dialysis center has a number of Via Trans patients that are, or Via Trans riders that are our patients. You also have a number of adult service or adult daycares that are also attracting folks from outside this community and coming into it, besides those 161 active Via Trans users along that. Again, dialysis centers, senior centers, medical facilities, as you would expect, with the clientele that we have and are proud to take. Those are, we'll go to the next slide. Those are examples of where, you know, the affordability comes into play for a lot of this as well. The affordability factor is very important to those mobility options that we have, both on a regular bus. It's $1.30 for a one-way trip that we have in San Antonio for a fixed route, and for the Via Trans service, which is curb to curb, that's $2 for the entire route. And of course, we offer reduced fare for those folks. 31 day pass is $38. That's, you know, all you could eat, basically, is what we say, for $38 a month. That's a real important mobility option that folks are obviously taking advantage of, and we're happy that they're doing so. We'll go to the next slide, just to keep us moving here. Just to put things in context, the Uber pricing, on average, an Uber is about $25 per trip, but the minimum fares are just something here. They have surcharges, surge pricing when that is also a more popular service. When there's a lot of folks using Uber, they're going to charge more because they don't have the capability of delivering that. But most importantly is they don't really have accessibility with their vehicles. That's not a requirement, and that's something that not only every bus that we have in the system, but also obviously Via Trans. Everything is completely accessible, and that's an important population that we all serve and that we have responsibility for, and we're quite proud of that as well. We'll go to the next slide. I think we're coming here towards the end. This is the payoff slide for council members that were indeed saying, okay, well, give us a snapshot of the 1.4 million. It's actually about 1.663 million from last year's sales tax receipts, I believe. If I do recall, this is a 22. So we have revenues. What we're also including in the passenger fares, as we saw up there, roughly for Leon Valley. The sales tax line revenue in the Via Trans passenger fares, roughly $1.8 million. The cost for Via to deliver that service within Leon Valley is roughly about $2.3 million. So you're actually receiving more service than you're paying for. That's actually a good position to be in as a community. So that $491,000 is coming from somewhere else. It's for Via's standpoint of actually coming in and subsidizing the activity that's happening here. And that, I will remind you, that's activity that's actually happening in a less than pre-COVID number. So that number is going to increase as ridership comes back as well. And I think we're going to the last slide. The financial impact for withdrawing from a Via service area, this is just standard that we have. There's also a financial impact because what Via has done is made investments in capital based on the revenues that we see coming in from our member cities. If a member city were to withdraw, state law requires us to get payback on that debt. And that analysis we can go ahead and forward and do if the council so desires us to do that. But that debt, Leon Valley would have to pay for their share of debt even after we close our doors and or not have any service here in Leon Valley. So if voters elect to withdraw from Via service, that means all 104 stops within Leon Valley would close, and Via buses and Via Trans would no longer stop within the city limits. That would be an impact in addition to then also paying back the debt. It might be other communities that we've done this analysis for has indicated, up to 7 years that they'd be paying a debt back before they'd have access to that half-cent sales tax. So it is indeed something that would obviously we can get more details about that if the city so chooses to do so. And I think that's the last slide, Mayor, and I think we kept it right at 10 minutes.
You pretty well kept to your 10 minutes, so thank you. I appreciate that. Okay. I know the council has some questions, but let me ask if any of the citizens that are in the chambers have any questions before we ask the council for theirs. Yes. Ms. Martinez, if you'll come to the podium. We are recording the meeting, and so we want to get a good record.
Pat Martinez, Seneca Estates. I'm not sure I have any questions. I have an opinion, if you want to hear it now or later.
You can have it now.
I don't think they should stop Via from coming to Leon Valley. There's so many people that live here that work outside of Leon Valley, have no cars, and that's the only way they can have transportation to go to work, to the medical place, or whatever they need to do. And I remember when we had a council member, Belinda Ely, when she was on the council, she had one of those Trans Am? Via Trams, to bring her to council and to any place she needed to go. If we don't have that, these people cannot have a place to go. And it's the people that are already doing this and using this, and then you stop it. What are they supposed to do? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. All right. Good evening, Ms. Chasen, and welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. I'm in favor of keeping Via within our city. Several years ago, there was a council meeting that decided to stop all the Via buses from coming through the neighborhoods. I had a stop right in front of my house. I know that there were many people that were on the bus when they would stop at my house for the people to get onto the bus. So there was already a good number of people traveling. 5 houses up from me, there's a handicapped son, and he rides Via Trans daily.
Every day.
And I don't know what he would do to go to and from if it was taken away. And there are many people that I know on my street and 2 side streets that used to take it up to the medical center because they didn't have to pay for parking. They didn't have to worry because their eyesight was failing and they were afraid of driving. But they were still close enough to get an affordable ride. So I would just like to have the council consider not removing VIA from our streets and, in fact, bringing it back so it can go through the neighborhood.
Okay, thank you very much for those comments. Good evening, Mr. Mata. How are you? Welcome.
Yeah, I just a bit of a different take on it. I appreciate the council doing their due diligence and showing concern for the community and the investment we put into this and the opportunity to be able to see how this all shakes down in a sense. So I think, sometimes we assume that the council's trying to make a move to get rid of a service like this, but I don't think that's the point here. I think it's good for us to look at, are we getting a reasonable value here? So I appreciate the time VIA has taken to come over here and enlighten us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mata. All right. Anyone else? Okay. Seeing no one else, then I'll open it up for any questions or comments. I just had a few before we go on. Does the 22 million passengers that does that include the VIA Trans? That's everything. VIA Link, it's not just, it's everything.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, ma'am.
All right, curb to curb. My understanding is like Bexar County and the city of San Antonio actually gives their workers free VIA bus passes as part of a benefit.
They do.
And encouraging them
They
to
do.
take the bus.
And-
I was just
And they pay, so we have as part of our VIA Works program, we have built into these bulk passes for big, large employers. City of San Antonio being one of them, Bexar County is another one, where they pay a flat fee for unlimited use. So the employees use their employee badges to get onto our service and utilize it.
And then the students at SAC, is that just is that a free service as well? I know they all get a bus pass. Is that just part
So
of
our university pass, not only San Antonio College or UTSA, Palo Alto, all of ACCD, UTSA, Oneida Lake, I think every major university and college in town has that university pass that allows those
Okay, so we're
university
really
folks
trying to
use the
encourage
service.
people
Absolutely.
to get on the bus. And $10 million, is that still the case that the city of San Antonio allocates $10 million per year to VIA?
So in addition to the sales tax that comes in
Exactly.
from San Antonio, the city of San Antonio allocates an additional $10 million on top of the sales tax, but that is true, and
So
they're
they
still
help
doing that. Yes.
subsidize the system
Yes,
for
yes,
everyone. And when you were talking about if we end up having an election and the citizens decide to get out of VIA and we are going to owe the debt, so let me understand this. So in other words, we would not get the $1.5 million sales tax to use for our benefit. We'd have to instead, for the next 7 years or 9 years,
Whatever that
turn
term
it,
is,
turn it
right,
around,
yeah.
and the VIA would just take it to pay off the debt. So we would not have any benefit at all, not even
For that period of time.
For that period
Right.
of time.
Yes,
I just wanted to clarify that for my understanding.
Mayor,
Okay.
if I may
Yes.
make a comment also about the way VIA is set up is also in terms of its governance. I wanted to remind that the member cities have 2 representatives on our board of trustees. And the member cities, so San Antonio has 5 members, Bexar County has 4 members, and the suburban cities have 2 members. And those currently are former Mayor Cooper from Alamo Heights and former County Commissioner Kevin Wolf,
Correct.
who's a representative. So they're good representatives for
They
the
are.
member cities.
They are.
Suburban
And I
members.
just had a personal experience. My sister-in-law is disabled. She had a stroke. And, you just don't ever know. Life turns on a dime. One day you're fine, you could drive. The next day you're disabled. And they moved from Houston. And I was asking my brother-in-law because they're not in. They just moved and she didn't have a doctor or anything like that. So he has to pay for a private service to pick her up and take her to a doctor's appointment. I said, well, how much is that? He said $125 for that. So and this is $2. So it is an investment, and I really, Tina, we walk every morning, we see that young man getting picked up and there's a lot of VIA Trans in our neighborhood, but I see him every morning getting picked up. So my concern, and I don't know if I've ever seen an Uber that's handicapped accessible. Maybe I'm wrong, but
I'm
I
not aware
haven't
of-
seen that. So, okay, very good. Those are just my comments, and I appreciate Via's worked with us. I don't know if y'all noticed the little green loop over there on the service snapshot. Worked with Via many, many years ago when that was going to be our town center. Those of you that have been here a long time knew that we were going to have a town center. So I worked with Via and said, Via, and so they said, okay, we're going to loop you in. And so that little loop will take you to the medical center, but also when you get to the medical center, the students can take the bus and go out to UTSA, either north or south. So we do have an extra line, and I appreciate Via's
Absolutely.
working
We
with us on
appreciate
that.
it.
Unfortunately, our town center never came to fruition, but y'all were there for us, and so thank you so much for that. All right. Over here, Mr. Okay? Yes, Mr. Hefner, go ahead.
I've got many questions. Topic that was brought up. Bringing program, right? Our responsibility to our citizens is to be diligent
I agree.
oversight for all of the programs that our city engages in. And when we were provided with the initial number of 1.5 million and a half-cent sales tax, by comparison, our street maintenance fund, as an example, is half that. We know that we're $35 million or something behind on street maintenance. There are a number of things. And so anytime we consider a program, we have to consider opportunity cost. We have to consider what is the next best option to spend the limited resources that we have. So with that caveat, I have a number of questions for you. You mentioned the Via Trans service, right? That was one thing that as I was researching this topic, I didn't find any information on in terms of ridership or use throughout our city. So I appreciate you sharing the numbers there.
Yes, sir.
If you don't mind, can we go back to the finance slide, the last slide that was there? So when we consider a program like this, we have to consider the value for our dollar.
Sure.
And when I look at the program here, I see that we're responsible to pay for 1.6 million in sales tax, and then there's a portion of fares that come from the respective lines. And then you have the expense side. So I'm always interested in the expense side.
Sure.
I also look at the use, right? So when we talk about daily use, and that was the original slide that we were given in the packet. And just at a glance, I see a handful of stops south of 410 that get 30 or 40 riders a day, right next to HEB or right next to that employment center that's down there. That makes sense. But then I look up and down Evers Road and I see 1, 2, 3 per stop per day, right? And we have these buses going through our neighborhoods. We talk about environmental impact. We talk about the buses driving up and down the street 12, 24, 36 times a day, depending on frequency, almost empty. Right, so that's a concern to me when I look at it with the data that we had coming into the meeting. And so what I'd really like to get down to is what is a bottom line number for the city of Leon Valley for monthly ridership?
We can go back to that slide and get you that annual ridership number. We can break that down, council member, to a daily number. So I'm just going to say the 297, I think it was pre-COVID. We can break that down into a daily ridership and get that to you.
You mentioned that other cities have gone up to a 1 cent sales tax. So if we were to propose a ballot measure to go back to our citizens to double the amount of funding for VIA, what additional support or services would be provided for that additional funding?
Oh, wow. That's that would be, something that we'd have to discuss. I mean, there's a number of tools that we have in our toolbox that we can bring in, to more service, but you're still going to have a limitation on terms of you can't pass the 8.25%. So
That's right, we're maxed.
you'd probably have to get rid of another service, which we know is not going to happen either. So I definitely can appreciate that. And I was just going to say, that's how this advanced transportation district happened without the member cities, is because San Antonio had the capacity, and that's the way that.
And
it was
that's the
brought in.
VIA Link zone you mentioned?
No, the VIA Link zone is actually a zone that's if we look at the San Antonio map, the Via Link zone is an extension of our overall general service. It costs the same as our fixed route, so it's $1.30 for anybody who's taking a Via Link. But you're going to be calling the Via Link up by just as you would with Uber. It's an Uber-like service with Via prices. That's what our marketing group likes to say. So imagine a corridor along 1604 between that would be Northwest Vista and UTSA, and kind of, about a quarter mile to maybe, 3/4 of a mile, inside the 1604, that's a Via Link zone. We're not running any fixed route service there. We're not running the buses, because those are suburban areas that don't really do well with a 40-foot bus. There isn't the density in those areas either. So we went in with this idea a couple of years ago. We actually started in the Northeast area where this Via Link service was launched, and we saw its success. And now we've added 2 more zones since then, and the zone utilization has been quite phenomenal.
Can I ask what
response.
prompted the initiation of that zone in the northeast section of town?
Yes, the northeast, northwest would be another one. We have one in the south. It's driven by a number of factors, one of which is the utilization of the density that's available in housing and jobs. So it's a mixture of a recipe, and Sandeep, he's our pro when it comes to figuring out those best opportunities. So if there's, for example, what we replaced in the northeast area were 2 routes that were operating at 60 minutes. And we understand a 60-minute route is not going to be very attractive. But at the same time, it was hard to deliver service in an area that didn't have the density and where a bus can't go into cul-de-sacs and gated communities and so forth. But a smaller van can. And these are Dodge minivans, or I'll just say they're minivans, that are fully accessible. And these are vans that show up just like Uber does. We'll ask you to go to a virtual stop. We won't necessarily call it a door-to-door, but on average, your virtual stop is within 150 feet of where you've called up the service. So if we called it up here in City Hall, more than likely, it's going to show up right here on the edge. We don't like to have the service show up on Bandera and you get on a vehicle while it's stopped on Bandera. It'd probably pull off to the side and get that. But it's also a shared service ride as well, so it's more than likely going to go pick up somebody else. We have a private partnership with this where it's actually a private sector company that's doing all the background logarithms that are needed in terms of making this more efficient. But what we saw in these areas that we're serving is now those folks in the northeast area that only had a 60-minute availability now have a Uber service, Uber-like service, a Via Link service that comes by now within about 18 to 20 minutes. And we're seeing the utilization of that increase as well.
And is the utilization for that type of service only in that zone? So pickup and drop off must both be within that zone?
Yes, sir. That is correct. Now, in each of these zones, we have identified a transit transfer location where if you're going to go outside the zone, it will bring you to that transfer location, and you'll get onto our fixed route service to go cross town or go much further than that zone allows.
Okay. So I wanted to pivot then to the financial impact you mentioned around exiting. If there was an exit, has there been other cities that have exited the partnership with Via that you could use as an example of what we would expect if that were the path our voters decided to take?
I don't have, I've only know anecdotally, council member, the city of Helotes withdrew from the service well before I was at Via, and I can get you that analysis. We did an analysis for Castle Hills a couple of years ago, and we did an analysis for Sandy Oaks.
Excuse me.
And I can,
Yes.
we can share those analysis with you as well, council member. Thankfully, Sandy Oaks and Castle Hills stayed in the service, so.
If you have others, I'll defer.
Yes, Councilor Stevens.
I'm sorry, I have a couple of questions.
Sure. No,
Um,
go ahead. Thank you. Thank
So
you, Mr. Hefner.
First statement, and I couldn't find it online, but can you email the balance sheets and cash flow statements from the most recent fiscal year to our city manager so she
sure.
can give them to us?
That make up this analysis for?
No, just for the whole organization.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
Did you say balance sheets and cash analysis?
And cash flow statement.
Cash flow statements. Okay, thank you.
Are you know what taxation without representation is, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
At least
So-
what I learned in school. Yeah.
Yeah. So VIA is operated by, is it a board of trustees?
A board of trustees appointed by elected officials.
Okay. And which do you know who the Leon Valley representative is that's on that board? Which citizen from Leon Valley?
They represent the suburban cities, so not only Leon Valley, but it would be, let's say, Chavano Park as well, Alamo Heights. But those folks appoint Trustee Cooper, who was a former mayor of Alamo Heights, and then former County Commissioner Kevin Wolf. Those are two representatives on our board.
Okay. And how is that person chosen? I'm just curious.
Well,
so
it's
I have
through the
a
GBCCC.
Yeah, so there's some principal issues here, right? So we give $1.5 million a year, or more than that, a year to an organization that does good things in the community, but there's not a single Leon Valley citizen that has a say in how the organization is governed at all, right? So I'm just pointing that out. Is there a reason that we didn't get the VIA trans numbers that are specific to Leon Valley?
The 167 are specific to Leon Valley. We didn't go into depth for that 167, but we can. We could also do an analysis of the numbers that are via trans clients that are coming into Leon Valley, kind of like that example that we gave you for the routes. We can do the same if you'd like, council member.
Okay, and so if I told you that we probably have about 269 people that use the VIA trans service each year in Leon Valley, would that sound about right?
If they're registered users, yeah, because we said there's about 167 registered users that they may take it once a week, they may take it 5 times a week. It just depends on their utilization.
Okay, but the number that was provided in the slide, the 31,649 total VIA trans trips in the year. That's correct for the whole VIA organization.
That's for the whole system, yes, sir.
Okay.
That's not Leon Valley, absolutely.
Right.
Correct.
So
Yes, sir.
I just did some simple math and proportionality. So if we're using the same proportion, so we have 187,400 total trips out of the 22 million. This for the most recent year, not the pre-COVID year. Would equal how much over 31,649? Just simple algebra. We have about, plus or minus somewhere in the range of 260 to 270 via transports, which doesn't seem that much. I think it's good that we're talking about this because citizens have had concerns because they see the empty buses driving through the city, and so I'm kind of glad we're having this conversation. I think I think also if we get so short-sighted to do we have VIA or do we not have VIA, there's other options available, right? Like Leon Valley could operate its own shuttle service. I'm not saying this is this is a good idea right now or anything, but for $1.5 million a year, we could operate our own 24-hour VIA shuttle, probably a couple of them, and deliver people to the nearest VIA points in the city of San Antonio. We could probably also provide those 269 VIA transports a year, and we would probably come out ahead. So I understand the concerns, and I'm glad this item is on the agenda to talk about. I'm concerned that some members of the council seem kind of unwilling or very scared to discuss this issue, like that transparency into the $1.5 million a year is going to be a bad thing. But I'm glad that y'all came here and that you're answering our tough questions that we have from our citizens out, in the neighborhoods. And I think that's pretty much it. But I'm very interested in seeing y'all's balance sheets.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Roscoe.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you so much for being here, sir. Before I go into my spill, let me ask you, worst case scenario, they stop via in Leon Valley, who would be the closest place that our citizens in Leon Valley would have to go to catch a bus?
I guess it would just depend on which of the stops, I guess, would be closest to your border here. But because, that's at least on the fixed route. The Via Trans is a much different story because it originates from the curb of the individual. So you have the issue of not only coming out of Leon Valley, right, but where those folks that we showed that were coming into Leon Valley, they would have to stop short and somehow get to their destination as well.
Okay, all right. And I thanked Councilman Stevens and Hebner for bringing this up because I'm learning quite a bit as well. But when I saw this come out, I actually took the initiative to talk to some of the people that are in the bus stop. And one was going to the hospital at Northeast Baptist, and they were in Hebner and Bandera. One was going to work, and the other one, she was going to her mom's house to help her feed her. And the fourth one wouldn't talk to me. But, and that's understandable. I understand as far as them saying that it may not be financially advantageous for us to do this, and there's other avenues. And even though Councilor Stevens had a good idea, I was in charge of transportation at the VA hospital, and that's a mess. And it's difficult to get the insurances, to get the ambulance companies, to get the riders to do that. It's a very difficult task. And I know that I don't know where they're really going to be going with this, but if I can show Councilman Hefner, tens of thousands of people saw you on TV last weekend. And one of the lines that you said on there, and even though it was about the red light cameras, you said, "We work for our citizens." And if we have to take care of one citizen to go to the hospital, to go to work, to go see their mom, or 60 of our citizens to go, I think that we're here for them, and the hardship that we would be putting on them for taking this away, it'll be tremendous, not only for the ones that depend on this to go to work and bring money home, but to see loved ones. I am glad that they brought it up because, like I said, I'm learning a lot. But Councilor Hefner just said, because we wanted to make sure we get the value for the dollar that we put in. If I help one citizen, the value of a dollar is paid for me right there.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Mayor. I support keeping VIA in Leon Valley. Like it was said, if you have concerns for our citizens, show it by keeping VIA. I think it'd be a big disservice to the residents of Leon Valley if we got rid of VIA. And then you add to the notion that if we were to get rid of it, we're still going to have to pay them for 5 to 7 years and not have any service? So where is that money going to come from? If we were, as proposed that we create our own Via Trans, Leon Valley Trans, the vehicles would have to be handicap accessible. So that's going to add to the price considerably to make them that way. We're probably going to have commercial insurance for them. I don't think TML would cover it, something that we're paying people to ride. So, commercial insurance is very expensive. I pay up the nose for, being in business and having my own, 3 vehicles or 4 vehicles on the road. I pay up the nose for insurance. And then you have to think of staff. If you want to run this, even, let's say 20 hours a day or 18 hours a day, you're going to need at least 2 vehicles. So that's you're going to need probably have 10 employees just to man those 2 vehicles. Was mentioned about the taxes. I think everybody realizes that 6.25% of our sales tax goes to the state. That leaves 2 pennies for the city. Well, the city always gets a penny of that. So that leaves a penny. So Via Trans was one of the first people to grab that other half a cent. Out of the other half cent, that pays for, I think, an 8% goes to our economic development, and then we have our street maintenance tax and our crime prevention tax. That's what eats up the other half a penny. So we're maxed out on taxes right now. We can't add any more to that by state law. Let's see. I think I've covered everything. But I think we need to keep VIA and protect our citizens. And with that, I'd like to make a motion that we table this indefinitely.
Second.
Okay. We have a motion by Councilor Martinez and a second by Councilor Orozco to table this agenda item indefinitely. Any further discussion? And I know there is. So I would like to just explain the taxation without representation comment. The GBCCC, and I know it's an acronym, but it's the suburban mayors that get together every quarter. And via, we have 2 representatives that board elects. And I wanted to add that Hank Brummett, our former city manager, was on the VIA board for 8 years. And I believe Marcus Semmelman was also way long time ago. He was on the VIA board. So we've had Leon Valley representatives in the past. But each suburban city that has VIA, they are able to nominate somebody to run. And these terms are 8 years. And many times, these board members serve the 8 years, and then they're term limited out, and so then we get a new, Kevin Wolf, this is his first year because the previous, it was Steve Allison. He went to the legislature, I believe.
Mayor Marn was
And
the
Mayor
other.
Marn, that's right, and Mayor Marn, Dave Marn. So anyway, so that's how but I mean, we meet every quarter and we talk VIA. VIA has usually a report by Mayor Cooper. And so the concerns are brought up. But I will have an anecdotal story here because I knew Tom Schoolcraft very well. He served as mayor of Helotes for about 10 years plus, maybe 12, 14, I think. But anyway, they got out of VIA. And he would come to the GBCCC meeting and say, we want back in. We want VIA Trans. We need VIA Trans. We don't need the bus, but we need the VIA Trans. We've got an elderly population, and VIA says you got to have it all. And so I don't know what their cost analysis was, but he was one that was an advocate for trying to get back into VIA, but was not able to, but just for that VIA Trans, because it was that important to that community. So I just wanted to share that. So, okay.
Currently, Hill Country Village is also in discussions with us about joining.
That's
as
right.
well,
I
so-
talked to the mayor at the last meeting, and that's what he said, that they were trying to get in. Okay, very good. Thank you. All right, Mr. Hefner, you'll continue the discussion. We do have a motion and a second on the table.
Yeah, and I think it's definitely premature to table this indefinitely. I would love to see more of the information from VIA to really be able to do a thorough analysis. But just looking at the information provided today, and if we can go back to the revenue slide, please. The $682,000 that's spent for 167 registered VIA Trans members, that shakes out to about $4,000 a year per person. That seems high. It seems high. Now, the mayor touched on something very important there, and she said these other cities, what city was it, Mayor?
Helotes?
Helotes.
Yeah.
So Helotes left VIA Trans, and now they want to come back they left VIA
VIA.
altogether. They want to come back for VIA.
Long time.
But
Yeah.
the mayor said, you got to have it all. You can't have one and not the other. So is that an option for our citizens to choose which services are available, or is that only because Helotes left your program and now only wants to choose which one they get back in?
No, it's when it would be that half cent of the MTA sales tax is the services that come along with that. We don't separate out the services, I think is really what this definition is in this discussion.
Gotcha, thank you. So the $682,000 that we have here, that's 4,000, and that's even a subsidized amount. If you take the subsidized amount out, you're spending 1.1 million to serve 167 people. Now, no doubt, those 167 people are the most vulnerable of our community and those that we should absolutely protect. And so I want to just be absolutely clear with my colleagues. Mr. Orozco is absolutely correct. We serve our citizens. It is in my opinion, it is a disservice to the other 12,000 citizens in our community to spend a disproportionate amount of funds for a smaller group that needs it. Now, that said, I think we have to be very careful when we examine the costs of a program like this to understand, how do we hold you accountable? Is VIA a for-profit company? It's a government, quasi-governmental entity, right?
Yes.
So there's very little incentive to control costs. There's very little incentive to provide better service. You even mentioned if we doubled the amount of funding that we provide you by passing another half-cent sales tax, regardless if we're capped out or not, that you couldn't get over some ceiling of level of service based on density and based on other market factors. So my challenge that I'm struggling with here, and I hope that the additional data you guys can provide will justify this, is when I look at the other line item here of 1.6 million for our bus services, that I'm hoping it's got to be more than $4,000 per rider per year. Like it's got to be less than that.
Should be considerably less.
Right. So I hope that the data bears that out. But I think that it's premature for us to table this topic when we're talking about an item that constitutes 4 to 5% of our total city budget. Like, that's a significant amount of funds. And I completely agree with my colleagues that we want to protect our citizens, but we also have a duty to them to spend their resources responsibly. So I look forward to your additional data, and when that data comes, I would like to bring this item back.
Mr. Stevens.
So I think, well, first of all, I'll preface just with regards to the motion, as we've seen throughout, a table indefinitely doesn't mean anything really because of our home rule charter. So, and I'll be more than happy once we get some of the data back that we've requested to add this agenda back for discussion in between meetings. So I did do a little bit of math. I think in addition to the balance sheet and the cash flow statement, I'd like to know the for sure number of VIA transports. I don't know if that's the correct way to say it, but the number of VIA Trans rides that we've provided within our own city. Because, so I using the proportional calculations, so 187,000 over 22 million total rides equals X over a total of 31,649 VIA Trans rides. So you get 269. So that would be the proportional share of VIA Trans rides we provide in Leon Valley. Now you take this expense number that's on the slide, 682,000, and divide that by the 269 VIA Trans transports. That means each transport is costing the taxpayers $2,537
For VIA
Trans? VIA Trans transport, using the proportional calculation. So again, that's where the numbers, if we have a specific number that's in Leon Valley, obviously it's not going to be more than 31,649 total transports, but that seems extremely excessive to me because you can buy a lot of things for $2,500. You can buy an ambulance ride for that much. I do want to address, my colleagues' concerns about like having vehicles that lift. Obviously there's a debt concern, an underlying debt issue. I'm not okay with taking action tonight, but I think this needs to be thoroughly discussed. I think we need an explanation for if it really costs $2,500 per VIA Trans transport, why it costs $2,500 per transport. And then with regards to this, the whole point of discussing this is because we allocate $1.6 million a year to VIA. So imagine the type of wheelchair accessible vans that you can buy for $1.6 million. Imagine the staff that you can allocate for $1.6 million. So it's not like we're trying to deplete something and deplete the revenue source. Although, the debt is another underlying concern. I think this deserves more attention. I think we need to thoroughly look at it. And if that number is correct, if it's about $2,500 per VIA Trans transport, personally, I'd like to know why it costs that much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you,
Mr.
Mayor.
Orozco?
they have some very good points, and I definitely want to hear the numbers, and I want to listen to what they got to say as far as the cost analysis on this. If Councilor Martinez could amend his statement, he would. I'd be more than glad. I want to hear what they got to say about that.
Okay. Mr. Martinez? He was asking you to withdraw?
No, I'm asking to instead of making it indefinite,
Indefinitely?
let's move it till May or June. Let them get the numbers to us, and we'll go from there. Just to listen to see what they got to say.
I would be willing to amend the motion to have them come back in June.
Okay.
How long will it take you to get that data to us?
The Via Transit numbers?
Yeah.
Yeah, by June would be absolutely possible.
So it's going to take us 4 months to get data?
Oh, that was his suggestion.
I'm just curious.
Yes, Mr. Martinez.
One thing, I don't know if all these numbers are just for Leon Valley or is it just, the whole, are they, you have to look at the whole big picture.
Right.
And, you can extrapolate just a little portion of it, but it's not real numbers because, there's other things that are involved in these numbers. So,
Correct.
you can't compare apples and oranges in these numbers. You can try to make it appear, but it's, I'm sure there's a lot of other costs that are in here that are really borne by the other entities, and San Antonio's a big one.
Correct.
So so really you can't really say that it's costing $4,000 for a ride. It's but no,
we know it's not 4,000, sir.
It's there's other factors involved to make up that number that we don't see right now.
Right, and I was going to challenge those numbers that Councilor Stevens said, but we'll do that at a later time. And just for the sake of time, we can argue numbers later on.
Yeah, that's
Okay,
right.
so I've got my motion to change it to June, and I call the motion,
Second?
Second.
I'm sorry, Mayor. I'd like to know why it takes 4 months to get data.
Okay. Well,
Like-
that's what Mr. Martinez, do you want to, how long would it take you to get the data?
Yeah, 30 days.
Okay, 30 days.
Okay.
Rather-
Okay, make it
Willing
in
to
April.
do it in
Make it
April?
in April.
In April? Okay, in April?
Okay.
Okay, we'll schedule a meeting for April then.
And it would just so we're clear too, it's on the, we're going to go a deeper dive into the Via Trans numbers and
Well,
in
and I think
particular.
that we had some other questions, and that was the balance sheets and the cash flow
Well,
statements.
those will come across, those will happen
Okay,
this week.
all right,
Yeah, the
very
balance
good. Daily numbers of the.
those are available on
at
our
the-
website as it is
at the
today.
Via
Mayor,
Trans.
if I may,
ahead.
just to make sure that we address Mr. Martinez's concerns, apples to apples numbers, we really want to see what is Leon Valley paying for and what services are we getting. All the other external factors of other cities, what they're doing, what they're subsidizing your system with, what are we paying and what are we getting for that service? And then that, based on those numbers, we can make an analysis of, is it the right thing for our city? Because as Mr. Stevens mentioned, we look at what our city pays for, what our city and our the people we work for, our citizens, what they hired us to do. And that's to evaluate our city's involvement in these kinds of programs. And if that data bears out, great, like we've done our job of oversight. But my concern is that if we just kick the can down the road and we don't provide the data and we say, oh, we can't look at it because there's other cities involved.
No, we're not saying that at all. We're showing you a demonstration of what it is cost to Leon Valley. So I wanted to make sure that we're clear on that.
This is Leon Valley, yeah.
We could, and as you're talking this through, we could also do an economic analysis. I know other transit agencies have done this as well. Because what's not included in the discussion here tonight is what's the impact to the individuals and to the businesses of Leon Valley. We could also do that analysis as well. Their employee costs go up. The retaining of employees goes up. It's a litany of issues that happen economically when you don't have a transit option. And that's been
Love to see
proven
that
out.
information.
Yes, please include that as well. And anyway, I want everybody to know that the Leon Valley citizens have the final say in this whole thing. We got into VIA 43 years ago by voting it in, and if we want to stay, we vote in to stay or we vote in to leave. So, but I understand that you all want to do your due diligence and get all the numbers and stuff like that. And I appreciate you being here this evening. Thank you.
We've got a motion on the floor.
Oh, we do have a motion, and we have a citizen that wants to say something. Go ahead. I'll let you speak. It's been a passionate issue, but then we do need to vote on that motion. Yes, and then, hang on just a second. Let me let Mr., and then I'll let you have the final say, and then we'll vote. Yes?
Tina Chasen, I just want to, April is Fiesta.
Oh.
We usually have messed up adjusted council meetings. Via's going to be doing their schedule for Fiesta. We're going to be all messed up and running around. Can we make it maybe right past April into May?
The first weekend in May, or first meeting in May? Okay. Okay. Mr. Stevens?
I have two requests. First of all, can we just get the data as soon as y'all get it? That's the first request, because we don't need to wait for a meeting to look at the data. The other request that I really have, this drives me crazy that this PowerPoint is a surprise to us today. So in the future, for this presentation, for future VIA numbers, if we can get the PowerPoint, we can get better questions. We can probably answer a lot of our own questions prior to the meeting. But when we're surprised with numbers, a bunch of numbers in a meeting.
Yeah, that was, I'll have to take responsibility. I thought they weren't sure what was your request, Mr. Stevens, and so they said they would just put together, that was on Friday when I talked to you, and y'all were still working on it on Friday, and the packet had already gone out, so that was my request for them to come in, and but I didn't know what y'all were asking.
So even if the packet isn't available in the future, we all have email addresses, we can get PowerPoints.
Okay, there you go.
I agree with Stevens.
All right, so we got a motion and a second on the table to ask VIA to come back on the first meeting in May.
No, I'm sorry, but a citizen cannot amend my motion.
No, okay, no, okay. Oh, that's true.
You have
So
to.
I have a motion for April.
Okay, all right, so for April, whatever, doesn't matter which, okay, first or second, and there's a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Thank you all very much. Really appreciate you being here and answering all the questions. And if you can get the data through the city manager and then she can disseminate it out to us, that would be great. Crystal, you have your card. Okay, excellent. Thank you. You bet. So,
I'm sorry, Mayor. May I take a moment of personal privilege?
you may.
Yeah, so I just want to comment for those in the gallery. I know this is important to a lot of people in the community. This was a topic that was first brought up back in December. We've been asking for information about it. It's been stalled. We finally get it on an agenda for this meeting, and I'm really frustrated with the process and how it's happened.
Okay, thank you. Agenda item number 3.2, presentation, discussion, and possible action on proposed homestead exemption increase. And we have Vicki Wallace, our finance director, here to present. Welcome. And welcome back, Vicki. I think this is your first time to present, so
Yes.
we're glad to see you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Good evening.
Okay, so, and I am not too for sure if it was Councilman Stevens or who it was, but they wanted to know basically, what our costs would be if we were to allow either a 5 or a 10% additional exemption. Right now, it's a 1% on just the homestead, and what that cost would be to the city. So I contacted BCAD, Bexar County Appraisal District, because they're the one that does all of our exemptions. They have the database. They're the ones that can come up and tell us that information. So what Scott has repeatedly said in his email back to me is that, he wants to make sure that we understand that we've had a long established, since 2005, freeze for those over 65. And so that does have an impact when they're sort of calculating this stuff. So he wanted to make sure that we were really clear on that. And because of that, the impact to increase on the homestead, it may or it may not have an impact to someone that has a freeze. If they had a freeze back in the early days of 2005.
Yeah, I can't hear. Yeah.
It might have an impact. I mean, it depends. And so past that point,
Can
when the
you
values
give
started
us
going
a
up-
concrete example?
Yeah. Crystal,
I think that's rather than
I've got
Yeah.
another slide.
Yeah, just
that
a
you can
concrete
kinda
example
see
on how that works, because I remember when we voted in 2005 to freeze, and I know every year we've lost, I mean, like a lot of
In
money.
21, it was 567,000.
560
I'm sorry, 467,000.
467,000
In
we lost
21.
to the freeze.
I don't know what it is in 22, but that's what it was when I had calculated in 21, your tax year 21.
Okay. All right, thank you.
So basically what happens to a freeze,
Mm-hmm.
if not everyone understands that, it's the ceiling that's frozen. The value continues to increase every single year, but what you pay, that's called the ceiling, that's what you pay, that's what's actually frozen, unless you go in and you do a swimming pool or, yes, sir.
So I'm curious, so of that 467,000, and if you don't know the number off the top of your head, how many individual homesteads is that number composed of?
That I don't know. I can tell you that there's 2,366 that have a homestead exemption.
Okay, but you don't know which percentage of those number of 2,300 are
No.
already the over 65?
I could have told
plus?
you 2 years ago.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, but I didn't look at it, yeah. So basically what this shows is that somebody that had a free ceiling in 2008, their taxes, depending on what their value was, got froze at $320.55. So whenever they come in and you allow an additional exemption, they go back to whatever the value is, the taxable value is on the tax rolls right now. They don't go back to 2008, they go to what it is right now. So that kind of shows you, on this particular person, it would have no impact whatsoever because their ceiling is a lot lower because it's frozen. So even if you granted it, so that's why they say when we look at this, we have to be very careful because right now their estimates, we're using the tax rate from last year and we don't have any of our values in yet for the tax year 23. So if council did vote on this, it would have to be voted and done by ordinance, and it have to be by July 1st to them, and at that point, it would be for your 23 taxes, which started January 1st. So does that answer your question, Mayor, how that works? Because it's the value that's, the ceiling value that's frozen. The values continue to go up.
Okay. I think when I talked, I was wondering how it was like we had a tax rate of 53 cents for about 3 years, and then we dropped it to 48. But it didn't have any impact on
They would go down.
They would still go down.
They would go down. They can't go up.
They can't
but
go up, but they can go down. So those citizens who had it frozen will go
Correct.
down. Okay.
Correct.
That's what I was.
But because they have to go back, if they do allow an additional exemption, of the homestead, they would have to go back to whatever their value is on the tax rolls right now. And for this particular person, it would not make any impact to them whatsoever. There's no monetary increase. It doesn't help them at all.
And so what is the percentage, or is there a percent for that freeze back in 2005 that we said we were going to freeze the?
No, what happens is when they vote on a freeze, whatever the value is at that time,
That's when it's
whatever your
frozen.
tax rate is, it's not
And
the
then
value, it's the value at the time, your tax rate, and they have a dollar amount. That dollar amount
away.
is your free ceiling.
Okay, that's the free
Value
ceiling.
continues to go up, so whenever we get our calculations from them and we get our sheet that shows just the
Okay.
values, the exemptions and everything, the first column will show you your market value, whatever your exemption, homestead, blah, 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 and it goes down and tells you here is your total taxable now. By the way, this is the value of that is considered freeze properties, and they take that off. Then if you look to the left, they give you the actual tax. So that's how I come up with the $467,000
That's the difference.
difference.
Yeah.
They don't give you, okay, this is what the value is, this is your dollars, this is what you're going to get. This is the freeze value, but this is all you're going to get.
Okay.
That's the difference.
So that's for 65 and older, but then do they have other exemptions, people
Yeah.
65?
30,000.
30,000, that's an addition. And then do you get an exemption like if you're disabled or over 65 or even under 65, I guess, right? Or veteran?
Right, so you get the freeze. If you're our freeze is for over 65 and disabled.
Okay. All right. So that's in addition to, there you go. I see it's 30,000 right there. Okay, very good. All right, yes, Mr. Stevens.
So I have another question. I didn't remember that they had a $30,000 what's the word to use?
Exemption?
Exemption, yeah,
Exemption.
for over 65-year-olds. So in this may be why the financial hit wasn't as significant as I thought it might be. So say, for example, somebody's house is valued at $300,000, a senior's, somebody over 65. So they're already seeing an exemption of $30,000. So if we add a homestead exemption that increase ours from 1% to 10%, essentially they're already at 30,000, so there's no net effect.
Well, there's no net effect because when you go back and apply an additional exemption, you have to go back to what you look at the value right now, the current value, to apply that. And so what they would have to do, they would have to go in and hit each account whenever, if the city does this, they have to go to each person that has a freeze, and they have to look at them individually to say, ooh, is this better or is this bad? Because in 2005, as you know, then the property value started going up. So if they were on the 2005 side, yeah. But if they were when the values were going up, it depends. So they have to hit each one individually if it was decided on to see, okay, which is better. Because you can increase, you cannot go past that $320 unless they do some improvement to their property.
Right, a capital improvement.
Yeah, of some kind.
Okay, cool. That clarifies. So it wouldn't be. So this will be hard. In the
Yeah.
event this is passed, it's going to be hard to make a broad statement for the over 65-year-olds because it's going to be very dependent on like when their exemption was, what their levy was at that time.
Exactly.
A lot of other variables. But the people, the non-65-year-olds that currently only have a 1% exemption, they're going to be the ones that really see this and feel it immediately.
Correct. And some of them that are frozen won't see anything. They may or they may not.
Right.
That's why Scott said whenever they do this, and a city that has that, it's a bit different for them because they have to go in and hit each account separately and look at them once they've done it to say, okay, ooh, which is better? Because they can't exceed that.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
And that's going to be it's not going to be our finance office, it'll be Bear County?
BCAD
Okay.
does it because they have the
All right.
database. We do not have the database. That's what we pay our dues to them for.
And so I know in your PowerPoint, you're saying, hey, we don't know about these numbers.
Right, he kept saying over and over and over. So I
because you don't
wanted to
know.
be very clear.
But you do have some kind of an estimate, and that is, I guess can you go to that page on your background?
Whoa, wrong
About how much, there it is, okay.
There.
So if it was, would you explain this
Okay.
this
So
sheet?
right now, currently, it's 1%. So if they were to grant 5, and yes, we have more single-family residential properties on the tax roll, but we're looking at only homestead because it might be rental property, whatever. So of the 2,340 right now, of course, he was showing you the value loss from exemption breakdown, the tax rate, and what he did was he went in and used the tax rate that we adopted or that you guys adopted rather, for 22. There's nothing else we can use right now. And what the levy would be, just to tell you exactly, okay, so again, 5%, we would lose 49. I did the numbers, not the way he did. I just took whatever it was and I came up with, for 5% around 72. Don't know if that's right or not because they have a different database than I have. I'm just taking raw numbers. And then for 124, if we did the 10%, I came up with 170. But again, they've got a different program. They've got a database and I don't have that. So that's, in a nutshell, it's all an estimate. And if you wanted to do it, your attorney would have to draft an ordinance. It would take 2 reads, and it'd have to be done by July 1st, and it'd be effective for the tax year that began January 1st of 23.
Okay, but I guess my concern is that this fiscal year, we took ARP money to cover a COLA and ARP money to cover a detective, so about 200 and some odd thousand. So we're actually going to need money.
You're going to need that because
rather than
you did not fund it out of your current.
We didn't
revenue.
fund it. That's a concern.
So when you start funding personnel costs, which never go away, they always increase.
Exactly.
Now you've got something that you didn't fund from your current year revenues that you're going to have to figure out some way to do it. And if I remember correctly, your personnel costs were $250,000 a year, right, Crystal? Increase a year. And so now you're going to have to add that onto it. You're going to have to figure out what to do with that.
Yeah, that's a
So
concern.
you never really should be funding those type of things out of something other than your current year revenues, because they don't, it's a gift that keeps on giving, doesn't go away, and it increases, and it compounds with merits and everything else.
Right, exactly. Okay, let me hear from some of the other council members. Anybody else besides Mr. Stevens? Yes, Mr. Martinez. Thank you for that. I appreciate that.
I am completely against this idea. I don't think we can afford to do this. Right now, Leon Valley is one of 2 cities in the state that still have red light cameras. And I'd be willing to bet steak dinner that the legislature is going to outlaw them this year. Right now, we fund 6 police officers from the red light camera money. 2 of them are the ones that do the tickets and scan them and make sure that they're valid, and 4 are traffic officers. Like the mayor and Vicki just mentioned, we hired a detective, and we gave everybody a 2% COLA from ARP money. That is a very, very, very bad management decision to do. You don't give people a raise, and you don't hire somebody with one-time money. So we've got to come up with a way to fund. You know, that detective basically is costing us $100,000 a year. How much was the 2% COLA? It was about
$175,000.
Okay, so that's $275,000 just in those 2 items. We're going to have to come up with in the budget next year.
Right.
Okay, if we get rid of the red light cameras, let's say the 2 that are reviewing the tickets, we were to let them go. That we still have 4 traffic officers. We got to find the money to fund, and we're paying the cops, the police, $58,600 a year. So you add benefits to that, and that's probably coming up pretty close to $90,000, if not hitting $100,000. So that's $400,000 more that we have to come up with. So we have to come up with $1 million in the budget just to keep our people this next year.
Right, and let me just add this. You started it in January, so it wasn't even for a full fiscal year. So now you got to fund it for the full fiscal year. So the only time that's okay, and that's fiscally being responsible, if it's a one-time. Like if you decide to give, I've seen that happen with a lot of the cities I work with, they give their employees a one-time, I've seen it called so many different things.
We did it. We had the premium pay.
Yeah.
Premium
and
pay,
so they've
yeah.
done that. And so it's one time, goes away, doesn't affect their baseline of what their merit's based upon or anything else, or the next year's COLA or anything else. It's a one time, there you go, we got a one time lump sum money, we're going to give it to you and we're going to award it to you. That would be.
I agree 100% with you. That would be very appropriate, and I would have always supported that. But excuse me, I just think this next year we're going to be in a serious problem. Let me take a drink. I just feel next year we have the bare bone budget this year, and we are in the. I think we're going to risk having to shut down programs or do some major drastic cuts in order to balance our budget for next year. So I'm not in favor of this idea at all. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Hefner, did you have something? If not, I'll go.
Can I make comments? I just asked questions during her presentation. I never made comments on how I feel about the program.
Sure. I just wanted to hear from everybody, so I want to make
I
sure that Mr.
understand, but
Hefner has
you haven't
that
heard
chance.
from me how I feel about the program.
Okay, go
I
ahead.
asked for clarifications during
Okay,
her presentation.
Sure. Go right ahead.
So I'm completely in the complete opposite of Councilor Martinez. I'm completely in favor of this. In fact, I would like to see a 20% calculation by both you and the county
I would only use the counties, with all due respect, sir, because,
You will use the count.
yes, I would use their estimate, only because,
Yours is more conservative, though.
no, mine would give you more of a savings. I mean,
I thought yours
my-
showed more revenue
no.
loss,
Yes, mine showed more revenue loss, yeah.
which is the safer way to
It's a
anticipate.
safer way to do it, but I don't know, they have a database.
Okay, so I would like to see the 20%. I want to remind my
I
colleague.
actually have that.
Oh, you do?
Yeah,
Oh.
he sent me all the way up to 20% because that's the max you can do. But you only asked for 5 and 10, so that's,
Oh, okay.
Representative,
So I would
I have
like to see that. I would like to remind my colleagues, when we were doing the budget this last year, we gave a 9.9% decrease in the tax rate at the same time we went through our budget. So if we passed an exemption, we would have to know that, hey, we aren't going to probably be able to give a 9.9% decrease to the tax rate like we did last year, because we're going to lose revenue from these exemptions. So, and in fact, this is the better way to do it versus decreasing to the no new revenue tax rate or decreasing the rate by almost 10%, because the thing is, businesses who their property tax does not go up 10% year over year, in general, like the residential properties have been going up recently, but they aren't affected by homestead exemptions. So I think this is the much better way to go, so long as we're anticipating that we'll likely keep the tax rate the same or similar, instead of going all the way down to the no new revenue tax rate again. Because the no new revenue rate is definitely going to be a lot lower than this, because everybody's valuations went up like 20-something% last year.
it can only go up 10.
Well, yeah.
And then there's a cap on it.
Right, so the valuations went up, and we still have yet to feel that levy increase.
You do know
So
what it is.
I think it's kind of a given from the residential properties, but I'm completely in favor of this, so long as we're wide-eyed open to the tax rate, that we will probably not be able to decrease it like we did last year, although the citizens will still feel a net decrease on levy.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else?
Before,
Yes, go ahead. Mr.
before
Metzger.
Stevens makes his motion, and I know this is different than what we're talking about, but our sales tax, are we receiving more revenue now than we have before?
I have not even looked at that, sir.
Okay.
With all due respect. I've been too busy doing
And I understand that
other
has nothing
stuff.
to do with it.
And what I
It's
have to
just
do
about-
is, yeah, I have to go back and recreate because there was nothing done in '22. I had this big spreadsheet where I recorded it so I could tell you exactly every single month what it was. So it wasn't done, so now I have to go back and recreate it.
Okay.
And I haven't done it yet.
Yeah, and where I was going with that, Vicki, is just about the monies that are coming into the city.
Yeah.
And I think the last time that we spoke to our economic director, the sales taxes were improving, and our consumer report in Leon Valley, and we're receiving more sales tax coming into the city.
And I can go back. I always have to see the dollars myself. I want to see the numbers myself before I say, yeah, that's happening. You know, I'm sure what he's saying is correct, but I would want to go back and rebuild and put 22s in and then start with 23s, because just to make sure, okay, really what happened? What happened last year compared to 21, 22, and now where are we looking at 23? Because, you know, that's just the way I am.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? Mr. Hefner.
Ms. Wallace, thank you for everything, for coming back and helping our city with our finances. I know it's been a difficult time, but we really appreciate your service. If I may ask one additional piece of data, when we compare these things, it can be muddled, as we found during the budget process last year. It can be confusing to a lot of people. Up and down tax rates, valuations change. I think the easiest thing to digest for myself, and I think for our citizens, is if we can talk about dollars. And so,
absolutely.
So when we're talking about a homestead exemption, right? Average homestead for average priced home in Leon Valley is, let's say it's $250,000 home. Let's say that person pays $1,000 a year for their Leon Valley portion of their property taxes, right? So what we're really talking about here is 5%, 10%, 15%, 20% of that $1,000, right? That's really what we're talking about. And that cuts through all the noise of tax rate going up or down, valuations going up or down, it just cuts through the noise. And so we can talk about dollars that we are extracting from our citizens in the form of property taxes in order to pay for something. And in relation to Mr. Stevens's proposal here, essentially extracting less from our citizens, and what is the fiscal impact to our city. And then as we examine the budget process, that's where I would expect the second half of that conversation to take place, to say, okay, if we've reduced revenues by $100 per household, or whatever that is, then what does that translate to in available dollars for our budget? And so I think that helps just to cut through all the noise of this topic, and helps us to focus in on what is the true dollar impact to the average homestead owner in Leon Valley.
That's easy to do. And the other thing is, what I would personally do is I would wait, because you have lots of time. It just requires an ordinance. Your attorney has it drafted, 2 reads, July 1st. It's got to go to them if you want it to happen. So you have time, because by April you're going to have your preliminary calculations. So then you're going to have your what is considered the 23 tax year. So you'll know then, and you'll also know what your average homestead is. So if you take, if I'm understanding, take what the average homestead is, what is the impact to them going to be? Correct? Super easy. Yeah, that's super easy. My thing is, and I say this with all due respect, it is easier to reduce a tax rate and go back up on that tax rate than to allow for an exemption, because it's there, it's done. Mm-hmm. So if you're wanting to give some sort of relief, we also have to remember, not only has their cost of living gone up, so has the city's cost of living of providing those services to those citizens. And at some point, you have to have the money to pay, or you cut their services. So I think if you're truly looking at doing that, I mean, that's the route to look at, rather than doing an exemption that kind of just stays there forever.
Right. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, you sure do. Go ahead, Mr. Stevens.
So the major thing with the exemption, this is why I'm a big proponent of it, and I pay business taxes in the city of Leon Valley. I'm sure Councilor Martinez does his proportion as well. But I expect my business taxes will, first of all, we aren't limited to 10%. So if it goes up, 30% in 1 year, you pay it, right? And but that being said, businesses are way more aggressive with fighting their taxes, because you band together, you hire lawyers every couple of years, they go and fight it, they get it reduced a huge amount usually. And so the problem with only doing the tax rate decrease versus an exemption is it affects everybody. It affects all the businesses. It affects all the residents that are living in the city that have had these 20-something% increases in their valuation last year. And again, we saw businesses increase about 3% in valuation last year. Homes increased like 20-something% in the county.
19%, I think.
Yeah, and so so that's who's feeling it. And when we gave a 10% decrease in our tax rate, all of our tax levies, pretty much every single business in Leon Valley paid a significant amount of tax, total dollar amount less this year than last year. So that's why I'm a big fan of these exemptions. San Antonio did it. They did it successfully. Their people didn't. Nobody's, unless the exception is if they made capital improvements to their house. But if they didn't make large improvements to their house, everybody saw a total tax levy decrease last year that had a homestead exemption. And we were kind of late to that game because the July 1st deadline. And so that's what I'd personally like to see. I'd like to see the most bang for the buck, but anticipate that we probably won't be able to decrease our tax rate to the lowest. I am fine tabling this until we get those preliminary calculations. You said at the beginning of April, or?
No, it's about the end of April.
The end of April. Okay.
But you only need 2 reads, so as long as we bring it back
You got
to
lots
you
of
in
time.
May, you'd have your 2 reads in, like say we brought it to the first meeting in May.
Maria? Yes.
Okay.
You'd have plenty
You have
of time.
lots of time,
Okay,
but
very good.
that's what I wanted to circle back around, where it says the cap loss. I mean, that's because look at the difference between what they're saying is the most they can go up on your home is 10%. Then it sits over as part of a cap loss. Now, they go back and get it the next year, absolutely. But for that year, the most they can go up on your house, your value of your house is 10%, period. That's law. And I can pull you the law and show it to you. But what it does is if you ever had it happen to you, they kind of show that cap loss. And then next year, yeah, they go back and they get it. Even if you had a 3%, they get whatever they can get, but 10% is the max that they can go up on the value of your home in any given tax year. But they go back and get it next year.
Right.
The following year.
All right, Ms. Gamboa had her hand up, so I wanted to recognize our citizen and welcome. We're glad you are here.
Maria Gamboa on Forest Meadow. I'm curious, you lose a penny or a nickel or a dime and you wonder, oh, I better look for it, right? So I'm wondering, last year or a couple of years ago, I lost my aunt that lived down the street from me. So somebody younger bought it, okay? And then next door to me, somebody sold their home. They moved out, elderly folks, and young people bought it. Across the street, the man retired out, and he sold his home, and young people bought it. Okay, so tell me, the money that was being saved on homestead, or where did that go? Where does that go? Because the tax is going to go up when the young people come in, right? They're not going to be paying what I'm paying. So I'm wondering, where does that money go? And,
okay,
can we use it in our budget?
Okay. Vicki, can you address that, please? Thank you.
So whenever somebody is over 65 and they had a homestead exemption and they pass or whatever, or they sell and they move out someplace else, then whatever the value is that keeps going up because they're appraised every single year like everybody else. When that person moves in, that's what their value is going to be on that home. And so it's part of our revenue.
But I guess, were you asking, they're going to pay a different amount of tax because they don't have the freeze,
Yeah, they
right?
don't have to freeze. They're going to pay whatever the value is that everybody else pays.
Exactly. So where does that money go? Does it go back? Because it's an increase.
Right.
We
It's
losing
our
money.
revenue.
We were losing money when we had homestead, so now we're gaining money. So where does that money go? That's
To us, to our general fund.
Okay.
It's a part of our levy. It's considered our tax levy.
So I guess what would be the percentage of people that
Not that many. I used to track it, and I used to say, look at.
Excuse me,
Yeah,
could
we
you come to the mic,
need to be
please?
at the mic so that we can get this recorded.
I mean, it's sort of, I've looked at it over the years, and sometimes I'll see a drop in it. Very seldom do I see a drop in the number of people that are over 65. Not that many.
And what we do see is a lot of times parents give their homes to their kids, but they don't take off their 65 over.
Yeah,
okay.
and they find it. They do go. I will tell you this, that I asked them. I said, well, how do you know? When somebody passes, they go and they check the death records, death certificates.
Okay. Wow.
And so, because I thought, well, how would
So
you
the
know?
only way you find that out is
Right,
by
or unless
checking.
somebody says, hey, someone died.
Right.
But there are parents that go to like assisted living,
Yeah.
right? They move out and their younger family moves in there, or they give it to.
Yeah.
We've seen that time and
Oh,
time again,
wow.
where I know
Okay.
for sure that that's a young family that lives there, and then there's an exemption because their parents still technically own the home.
And they'll, like, I've called before about someone that I knew that was living there and over 65 wasn't living there, but it was whatever, and they would send out the forms. I don't know if that's the most that they can do on that particular one, but they do check the death records.
Okay. Very good. Yes, Mr. Hefner.
Why would someone not update that information?
Because
Oh, it's rhetorical.
It's a rhetorical question.
Go ahead.
Everyone in the room knows why, right?
Yes.
Because no one wants to pay more taxes,
Exactly, yes.
right? And that's kind of the point of this exercise is we have to administer the services of our city, and we have to do so in a fiscally responsible way.
Absolutely.
And I think the point you made about the cap and year over year, I think the words you used were they always go back and get it.
They get right because it hangs
that,
there.
That they is your government,
Exactly.
right?
Well,
Our government, right?
the appraisal district does the appraisals, but it's ultimately
Right.
they work for, we pay.
Bear
them.
County gets their piece, Northside gets their piece, Leon Valley gets their piece, et
Exactly.
cetera.
Yes.
So the the reality is that government is pulling in one direction. It always is going to pull more. It will never pull less. As was illustrated by the VIA conversation, literally when, I don't remember who said it, but the closest thing to eternal life on earth is a government program.
Oh,
Right? We have a debt obligation that we can't get out of. We handcuff ourselves and don't have options because we have a tail of 7 years on an expense that no one that's on this council was around for, or in many cases alive for when it occurred. And so the flip side of that is true as well. Our citizens are always going to look to pay less. It's natural. I don't know anyone, I've never met anyone who come tax season on April 15th
Feel more,
cuts a
please.
check to the treasury, right? Like out of the goodness of their heart. And God bless them if they do.
Yeah.
But the point being, we all want services and no one wants to pay for them. So we have to strike that balance. And that's not for you. You're advising us and we appreciate that guidance. I think the struggle we have is, do we want to reflect what our citizens want, which if anyone wants me to raise your taxes, come call me. I've not gotten those calls, right? But to Mr. Stevens' point, I have heard several people who've said, I'm interested in a homestead exemption, right? We see Bexar County doing it. We see San Antonio doing it. Like, what does that look like? And why can't it happen in our city? And I think your point is well taken when we say, well, we have time, right? We can always it's a lot easier to adjust the tax rate, right? Well, the reality is there'll be a new council here in 3 months, and that body may wish to maximize our taxes. Maybe, we'll see,
Maybe.
right? But
Politics.
that's politics, exactly, and we don't want you to get involved in that, so we'll
Right,
put you in that
and
position.
I am not involved
Right.
in that. I'm only advising.
Yeah.
I mean, ultimately, you're the ones that are elected. It is your decision. And then it's the responsibility of staff to make it all mesh and work.
That's right. So all that to say, we've got multiple forces at play. We want to best understand what's best for the future of our city, and I think the data that you can provide us is really helpful in doing that.
All right. Thank you. All right, so what's the pleasure of the council? Did you want to make a motion, Mr. Stevens?
Yeah, hey, do you have any comments on this?
They'll say no?
Do you have any comments? I asked him if he did, and he said no.
You'll answer my questions.
Yeah.
Again, so let me just talk and not try to make a motion really
Okay.
quickly.
Or we don't even have to make a
I think
motion.
it might be wise to go ahead and have the attorney draft or steal an ordinance that's already drafted from somewhere and just like leave the percentage blank for now. Because personally, when I requested this, I thought it was going to be a huge number that was going to be like very difficult to look at. Like if for the 20%, I was expecting like $1 million hit because I wasn't counting, the 65-year-old plus houses and I was expecting it to be way more enormous. So this seems like so much more reasonable. And I think no matter what, we can implement a small percentage just to get us started. But that being said, I would like to see an ordinance drafted that maybe has just a blank space for the percentage and a blank space for the dollar amount.
Those ordinances all exist already.
Yeah.
It's a matter of what you want to do. She can, staff probably has them. There's legal language that goes in those ordinances and we would have her do, that's not hard. And so per your conversation, would like to see what the April numbers look like.
Yeah.
We'll bring you back something with those
Yeah,
preliminary
let's do it
numbers
that way.
in May. And that ordinance will come fairly easy. She doesn't need to start working on that now for that to happen at your scheduled time. But just to put it in kind of perspective for you, that 5% at $49,000, that's a body. So that's a person, that's an admin body, that's a court personnel person. That's typically how much it costs for a $17 an hour person. And so when you start saying, okay, we're no longer going to levy that tax into our general fund money, you have to equate that to some sort of service that you're providing. Now, whether or not you can make that up in what you already generate by the increase of property tax, you may be able to do that, but you may not over the course of time. And so it's my job to make sure that y'all understand when you provide an exemption, those exemptions take away from your general fund monies. Yes, it's not a lot of money when you look at it from this perspective, but when we have to take into account how we're going to pay personnel, or an increase in health insurance, or an increase in anything. You have $35 million of water infrastructure needs that need to be taken a look at. You still have concrete pipes around the city. So there's all of these things that need to be taken into account that we continue to push off year after year because we don't have enough funds for them.
Right, but the gist of it is last year we gave a 9.9% decrease in the tax rate to the no new revenue rate. This proposal, and even on the numbers provided in the slide, would say we're probably going to forego that and leave our tax. So I have a feeling the council will do one or the other. We will probably decrease to the no new revenue tax rate, or we will add an exemption, maybe a combination of a little bit of both of them. So the dollar amount is going to be subsidized by the 10% increases to, to properties that aren't subjected to the homestead exemptions, and from the businesses as well. That see, increases to their valuations. So I think it's kind of it's not an accurate assumption to say like we're going to forego $49,000 of revenue if we implement a 5%. Because the reality is, if we don't implement the 5%, then we'll probably go with the no new revenue tax rate, which could easily be 8 to 10% below the current tax rate. And last year we went with the no new revenue tax rate, and I think multiple of us had concerns about going that far down at the time, and we did it, because that's just how the cookie crumbled at that point. But I think if we just go into this knowing that that's probably not going to be, if we implement an exemption, we probably can't decrease to the no new revenue tax rate and still compensate, staff fairly.
Okay. So come May, we will bring you back some preliminary numbers, and if the council so chooses, we'll have the attorney draft an ordinance.
And would you also have a listing of our obligations that we need to cover as well?
We'll make sure
And that includes keeping our staff at a level. We don't want to get back into what we were doing last year where we had to,
Correct.
we
We're putting in our
want
cost
to
of
be able to
living.
increase every year to keep our dedicated staff. So that's another consideration. Okay. All right. So we have direction.
Yes, to bring back
yes.
to May is the direction.
All right. Next is, yes.
Sorry.
No, that's okay.
Petland is here, and
Oh.
so I just want to ask if we
Petland.
can move him up.
Oh, yes, that'd be fine. Thank you for letting us know, because I certainly would not want them to wait until the bitter end. So if there's no objection from the council, we will move to 3.6. And let me read that. Presentation, discussion, and possible action on the potential partnership between the City of Leon Valley and Petland of Leon Valley to intake, house, and adopt dogs, and between the City of Leon Valley and My Pets Vet Hospital to vet the animals. And we have Mr. Salinas, our Director of Economic Development, here this evening to present. Good evening and welcome.
Hello, good evening.
Hi.
So as we know, we have a situation with our lack of space for dogs. So we have reached out to Petland to see if they can assist us in housing and intaking some animals and getting them adopted out. These would be for dogs, small dogs, typically under 20 pounds. We have some options here for the council. We're just going ahead and starting our process. So we can either approve going forward with the negotiations, or you can either deny us from continuing, just cease the conversation with that company. So the procedure would be that, say the City of Leon Valley Animal Control staff picks up an animal or picks up a dog under 20 pounds or 20 pounds. We have spoken to Petland, and they're willing to intake the dog and hold it for the state requirement, minimum of 3 days, I'm sorry. And in that time, our staff would go out and try and attempt to find the owner. Before we put the dog in Petland's possession, we would test it for parvo. We would make sure that there's a negative parvo test, so we're not spreading any kind of parvo to their animals that they're trying to sell. And if a negative parvo test happens, then we would intake the dog at Petland. Our staff would attempt to find the owner. If we are unsuccessful, then Petland would take over the dog, house it. We would provide vetting services through. The initial understanding was My Pets Hospital, and it would require the certain shots and certain testing of the animals at Petland's request. Our maximum would be about $215. Again, this is just our current kind of ballpark figure. And we have put a clause in that the store can sell the dogs, but they cannot sell them for more than $250 per dog. And the revenue generated from that would go to Petland. Oops, this is a little fast, sorry. So this is a list of services that we have received from the vet service, from the vet hospital. As you can see, they total more than $215, but this is a preliminary number that we've got and the preliminary services that we can get and how much they would cost. Again, we're trying to seek feedback from the council to see if they would want to increase or decrease. And in speaking with Petland, they've told us that they don't necessarily need all these services to the dogs when they enter them to the store. So we're still working with the vet hospital to see if we can get a custom package for our contract. Petland would have some responsibilities in this agreement, right? They would have to hold the dog for the minimum time. They have every right to refuse the dog, whether for behavior reasons or they're just not a good fit for the store. They have to put it on the website. They have to put it just like any other dog, so get it adopted. And if they intake a dog, they would have to provide us with information so we can also do our proactive adoption activity, so we can put them on our Facebook page or Twitter, whatever we can to get the dog out. That's pretty much everything that Petland needs to do. So here we would basically be entering into an agreement with the store. It would benefit the city because we need some space. Obviously, we have a problem with space for dogs. And the recommendations of the council discretion, whether we continue or don't continue with the agreement.
All right, thank you. And would you please introduce the Petland representative? Sure. And good evening and welcome if you'll come to the podium so we can meet you and if anybody has any questions. Yes, ma'am, what's your name?
Hi, I'm Laura Zamora.
Laura Zamora? Mm-hmm. All right, great. Hi, thank you for being here. You know what I loved in the MOU is it says Petland staff will conduct an interview of the animal to determine if their behavior and demeanor is a good fit. I thought, how do you interview an animal? But I thought I had to chuckle because I thought, okay, you hug it or I don't know what you do. But anyway, I just wanted to say that was I had never seen that before in an MOU. Where is My Pets Vet Hospital? Is that within Petland?
No, they are located 9702 Huebner Road, so they're not far from us.
Okay,
we're about 4 miles.
And that's the vet that Petland uses, and
yes,
so we would be using.
Both our stores use My Pets Vet. We have an agreement with them.
Okay.
They do take care of, provide services for all of our pets. And I had been, since I started with Petland back 6 years ago, that was always what I wanted, was to bring rescue adoptions into the store.
And so Petland would take up to four animals less than 20 pounds at a time. So as one was adopted, you'd add another space and that kind of thing, kind of in and out.
It's a limit. Right now, we've got the construction underway.
Okay.
We had, we've ended our fish department. And so we've got a crew in there now. And so we've got some window space that we have. And so it's kind of a small area so that it's limiting to what it has, but we're open to seeing how we can help. We'll take on what we would be able to.
Okay.
Space permitting.
All right. I think this is a staff question, but what is our budget here? I know it's $219, right?
Don't have one because you've never had a contract. Yet. You've never had this program.
We've never had this before, but we'd have to figure out what a budget is. I was trying to figure out like 24 animals a year times whatever. Okay.
Right, and so for the size of dog, we probably get maybe 2 a month. Normally, most of our dogs are over 20 pounds because they're on the like pit bull side of animals, and those are dogs that they cannot take.
Right.
So it's very rare that we do get smaller breeds. So I would say maybe 1 to 2 a month.
Oh, okay.
And so you'd be looking at that. I also want to preface this with you're going to want to spay and neuter your dog. So I have a feeling that cost of $215 is be closer to the $300 mark.
Okay.
Than the $215 mark.
Very good. Thank you for that. Okay, any other questions? Yes, Counselor Martinez and then Counselor Stevens.
Okay, will this only be for the Leon Valley store or for both stores?
We only have one Petland store in Leon Valley.
Okay.
The Leon Valley store.
Okay. And explain the, go back a couple slides. Explain this, no, another one back. Oh, wait. Okay. Explain this, Petland agrees to take possession of the animals for a minimum of 200 days?
Yes, so it's basically around 6 months. So they will try to get the dog adopted out. Typically, dogs sometimes stay in shelters for a really long time, so we want to make sure that we give an adequate amount of time to have the dog adopted. And speaking to Petland, they seem that they're not going to have that problem. They have a lot of traffic coming in, so and they're going to be very proactive to get the dog out. So we decided to just put that clause in there, so if something happens or after a week we can't take the dog, they kind of have that commitment to kind of hold the dog in place. But again, we're here to try to work that out with Petland, and from my understanding, I don't think a dog's going to be there for 200 days, which is the equivalent to about 6 months.
Okay, but then the last line, if Petland opts to keep the animal past the minimum period, they must keep the animal for a minimum of 45 days.
Sure. So if after 200 days the dog is not adopted, right, then Petland has the right to give the dog back to the city, because again, they're not taking possession of the dog, they're just trying to get it adopted out for us. However, if either they want to keep the dog and keep attempting to get it adopted, we really want that commitment of saying, well, if you're going to keep it, you have to keep it for at least 45 more days, because we kind of have to plan out if we have to get back the dog, right? You can't tell us one day yes and then 2 days later no, we can't keep it, because we kind of have to plan that out. Again, we don't anticipate that in speaking with Petland, but those are just languages we put in so we can have kind of a planning procedure in place.
Okay, so if they keep a dog for 200 days, it's only going to cost the city $250, period?
No. So we would pay for the vetting of the dog. We would pay for all the medical services, again, depending on what services we agree to. They can only sell the dog for a maximum of $250 for the adoption fee. The adoption fee would stay with Petland.
Okay, but if a dog is kept for 200 days and then it's adopted, is the city going to have to fund the upkeep, the food and stuff for 200 days? Or?
No, sir. Petland will take that responsibility.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Mr. Stevens.
So I'm a big fan of this. I don't know if it was you specifically. There were multiple members of Petland that Councilor Bradshaw and I had talked to like last year, maybe early part of last year, numerous times. And we've also reached out to the other puppy store and kind of discussed some things with them. So I'm very happy that you followed up on this and we're kind of bringing it to fruition. I'm big time in favor of this. I think it's a win-win-win all the way around. Everybody kind of wins from this. Petland wins. Because now they have something to market to the people that don't want to spend larger amount or a large dollar amount on a dog. We win because we don't have to take care of animals for a prolonged period of time, or at least up to 4. And the consumers win also because they're going to have access to essentially stray dogs that have been taken in by Petland inside the city of Leon Valley, which I don't think has ever there hasn't been a storefront that's ever had that availability in Leon Valley. I do have a question regarding the vet stuff. Have we reached out to the My Pets Vet as a city? Have we reached out to them at all?
We have. We're still working with them to get a package deal that's a little bit more for us if we need to make adjustments. Again, in speaking with Petland, all those services may not be needed to have the dog in their store. So if we can exclude, they're going to be working with them together. If they can exclude some things to save some money and get a better price point for us, we will do that. But we've reached out to them. We have started the conversation. This is just their initial, first draft that they gave.
Right.
To us.
So you'll still work on it. Personally, I'd like to see a heavier negotiation with these rates, because I think that especially, and I don't know how much. Maybe we can do a scale based on the number of dogs per year or something that we take to them. We pay certain dollar amounts, but I think we can get these rates lower.
I think that the paperwork they gave to us, it's already, go ahead.
With that price sheet was years ago, when I was wanting to just kind of take that, I wasn't even envisioning working with Leon Valley, just thinking that's something we would need to do on our own. Reaching out to My Pets Vet as to what can you all do to help us? What would be your expenses? How could I make this work? And so that was what they gave me. They, we are not limited to just them. By all means, if there is another vet that's going to work with you all, that's why I was just initially provided. I said, this is who our vet is. This is what they've told me. I really feel like, yes, I think that's quite high. And that's a lot of those things are duplicates and can become, we don't need several of those things. The big thing is the vaccines, the spay neuter, the parvo testing and making sure they're heartworm negative, just because we don't want the adoption to fail down the road, because then a family has taken on a puppy that they cannot take on the vetting bills for the treatment of that disease should a dog have that. But it does not have to be My Pets Vet.
Okay. Cool. Well, that's actually, that even makes it better. I didn't know.
That's why I had mentioned that to Mr. Salinas initially. It's just like, this is just what I have, what they were going to offer me. But if there's certainly networking you all have with another veterinarian that's going to give a much better, that's perfectly fine. It does
so
not
long
need
as y'all
to
get
be.
the records, you're fine with.
It does not need to be My Pets Vet.
Okay, cool. So I guess maybe we can do some shopping around and we can, there's things, so we'll be able to promote Petland for participating in this, and then perhaps we can promote maybe a Leon Valley area vet, if it's possible, if they give competitive prices that are part of the program as well. It would be great to see. But overall, I'm very happy this program is taking place. I hope that over the course of time, maybe we can increase the pounds from 20 to 30 to 40 and 50. Because then we'll be able to utilize you guys more, especially if it's successful. So,
thank you. Anyone else? Yes, Councilor Orozco.
I agree with Stevens. I like this, and if I can just make a motion so we can get going here, that we allow the city to continue forward negotiations with it.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion by Councilor Orozco and a second by Councilor Stevens to continue pursuing this MOU with the negotiations on Petland taking our stray dogs. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oh, excuse me, we have further discussion. Okay, excuse me just a second. Thank you. Mr. Mata, and then Ms. Chasen, and then, do we have somebody else? Mr. Power. Okay, go ahead. Thank you.
Yeah, Eric Mata, Canterfield. Yeah, a little bit of a dose of reality, I guess. Gosh, I don't know how to put this. My daughter and I rescued a beautiful American Pit Bull Terrier over at Mission Concepcion back in late December. Never really been a pit bull person, but this dog is amazing. Very loving, very loyal, very smart, and so anyways, I know that breed was mentioned, and of course there's a stigma with it, but I guess in reality, the whole limit on size is, I know that there's a beautiful black pit that's over at Public Works right now that I think they've had for maybe 3 weeks or so, and it's gotten out a couple of times, and so anyways, I'm not so sure. It's a pretty popular breed and has been maybe for the last 5-10 years. So when you look at backyards, I would imagine you'll see maybe up to 30% of dogs out there are some type of pit bull or pit bull mix. So I'm just concerned it's not going to address a big segment of the issues that the city would face in regards to that. So that's just my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I know Dr. Caldera is recognizing that as well. Yes,
Sure.
ma'am.
Yes.
Go
So
ahead.
this isn't the long-term
Yeah.
solution to handle
Right.
pets in Leon Valley. This was just an avenue for us to take a look at being able to adopt smaller breeds out. Petland was something that they wanted to participate in. There was lots of conversation about people being able to afford purebred animals. And so this was just another avenue for residents to be able to adopt a healthy dog from a reputable location. And the city would be footing the bill for the expense on getting the dog vetted and for it to be able to be adopted out through Petland.
Thank you for that. Yes, Ms. Chasen,
Hi.
a dog lover.
Yeah, really.
And a cat lover.
And a cat lover. Basically all animals.
mhm.
They find me. a couple of days ago, I believe it was Officer Sotos, came to my house when it was very cold. And he said, "Come here, I want you to see something. Maybe you can help." Apparently, it's the black pit bull with the thin line, which I posted on Nextdoor that one of the neighbors had found and said, "Is this anybody's dog?" And then, lo and behold, he had it in his truck. He said he was just getting off work, and they asked him to go pick up this dog that was loose. It had been in Public Works, and somebody got in there or let the door open, or he dug out, but the dog was out. It was going down to 32 degrees. It was the first night that it was supposed to go down to freezing. And he wanted to know if I could take the dog overnight until 8:30 in the morning, and I'm going with the cats and my pit bull. You know, I can't, and I don't have that closed in front anymore where I could make a big shelter for it and keep it out. So I said no, so I started calling people. I called Eric Mata and asked him if there was any way that he knew anybody with a garage that was available that we could keep it in. There wasn't. Needless to say, I didn't get much sleep that night because it was cold. And I made sure all the feral cats were nice and comfy. And to know that this dog was in Public Works and out there, even though it had an igloo or a shelter crate with a tarp over it, it was still cold. And for us not to have anything. So I had the idea, do we have to have the library annex building filled with books? Can we not put that at Public Works? At least that would provide a better shelter, and the dogs would have some room to move around. That would be the interim. The other thing is, you know, years ago that I had worked with Mr. Garcia, our ACO, and I had gotten donations from McCoy's and Lowe's. I had an appointment with Home Depot. I also had spoken to John Marshall, and they were going to let the kids do the building, and everybody wanted a plaque, and we were going to try to come to the council to use Silo Park as a place to build Leon Valley's Animal Control Center. So that being said, we can still, with all the animal lovers and the people that work in rescue that live in Leon Valley, we can put together a committee and continue this if the council would like to take that up at some future time.
Okay. Yes, Dr. Caldera.
Several interlocal agreement negotiations going on at this time. The city can't, the standards that we would have to uphold for an animal shelter, the city cannot afford, including staffing and what we have to be able to do that. We were pitching the house across the street. We own a piece of property. We took a look at the cost to turn that into like an animal holding facility, and it's quite astronomical in costs. You have to be able to provide a lot of things that we're unable to provide. You actually have to have a veterinary on staff and a contract. There's a lot of things that you have to have. But we do have a long-term plan, and we're working with the county to be able to get that accomplished. We're working with the city of Kirby and the Helotes Humane Society on the interim. So we have a lot of things working around in the background.
Right.
My understanding of the pit bull that you were speaking of is they went to take the temperature inside that house. It was 68 degrees inside the home. And so.
What time, Crystal?
I think they took it twice, is my understanding. I can ask. There's David.
I can tell you it wasn't 68.
Inside the home, we took the temperature.
Inside the dog shelter, they put a thermometer in there, check temperature. It was 65 and 68.
It's a dog crate, right?
Yes, but it is insulated, and then they put some other bedding in there. It was nice and warm.
Okay.
Well, I didn't get any sleep, and it would have been nice if you had told me about that.
Thank you, Chief.
But my point, is,
gosh.
my point is, can we not put together a committee with animal lovers, advocates, and rescues that reside in Leon Valley, and find out, with what you found out, what the requirements are? We know vets. We might be able to work that in on it. But we have to look for some sort of solution. You know, I sit here and I come to the council meetings, and when I can't come, I watch it on the big screen. And I see so many people planning for things that Leon Valley's future, what we're working towards. To me, there are fluff pieces, things that come about that you want. To me, the skate park is a fluff piece. It's not something that's going to benefit most of the residents in Leon Valley. It is basically to bring people into Leon Valley to use the park, and for those that have people of the age in their home that would use it. We don't need a walking park, the $1 million+ to build, and all this stuff. We've got Silo, we've got Post Road, we've got the hike and bike. We've got so many things available to us. We've got that beautiful kids' playground at the park.
So we're kind of getting off a little bit of
But
the
what
topic,
I'm
and we
saying
do kind
is
of
it's
need to
kind
move
of
on.
fluff. So having a Leon Valley animal facility to where I don't have to worry about bigger dogs and not just taking care of the small is something I would like to, to consider. And we will work with whatever information you got and see what we can find out, if it's viable.
So the long-term solution
you.
is to work with the county.
The
And
county,
so
yeah, we've had a meeting with the county. They're willing to work with
willing
us.
to work with us, and so that will be our long-term, so you pay property taxes to the county, that is our long-term solution. They're building a new facility, they're willing to take us into account with that new facility, so we do have plans for a long-term solution that would not inhibit your current budget in what you were suggesting that we do. And so I would, if you would just give us an opportunity to make that come into fruition, which should have been done years ago, in my personal opinion, that has not. And so it's something that we're working together as a team to get that buttoned up and brought back to council. And that new facility isn't expected to be built for another 2 years, I think. And so in the interim, we're working with other agencies like the city of Kirby and the city of Lotus to work out those agreements. For right now, what ended up happening was our contract with Texas Flyers, we didn't have one. It was like a handshake agreement, so they just pulled out. And so when they pulled out, we didn't have somewhere to take the dogs. Right now, we're still using them kind of, and we're using Public Works, and we're asking people if they can help foster or hold animals until we can finish working out these agreements.
Wonderful. Thank you very much.
You betcha. Thanks for your comments. Do appreciate it. Mr. Power? No? Okay.
Drew Power, Canterfield. Dr. Caldera just answered the question I had, so
Okay,
thank
very
you very
good.
much.
Great, thank you. All right, so we have a motion and a second. Oh, we have any other? Yes, I'm sorry, Mr. Hefner, go ahead. Yes, but Mr. Hefner had a comment.
Yeah, sorry, I just wanted to respond to something Ms. Jason said. So you don't need our permission, right? You're welcome to collect, if you have folks that are interested in this topic, that know vets, that are able to do that, you don't have to get permission from us to form that group. I would highly encourage you to do so. We'd love your expertise. And I know that there are a number of people in our community who are very passionate about the topic. So would definitely encourage that.
Okay, Mr. Stevens.
So I just have a quick comment to put, because I doubt the Petland representative will say this, but so in one of the big concerns with both of the pet stores when we were discussing a possibility of a program is liability. And so that's why they have the whole behavioral assessment, why they can reject an animal is because they have to pay for liability insurance and they don't want those premiums to increase. And so obviously if a dog bit a customer and it caused, some serious injury, Petland would be liable for that dog that's at their store. So that's why I think I'm definitely okay with the limitations, with the hope that they can take in more animals as the time goes on. So.
Okay, very good. All right, I think we had a great discussion, and we do have this motion and second to pursue this MOU with Petland. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Thank you, Laura, for being here. We greatly appreciate your patience. All right. I'm sorry?
Because every dog has his day.
Every dog has his day. All right, Mr. Roscoe. Wow. Then we're going to move back to presentation 3.3, presentation, discussion, and possible action on the town hall meeting outcomes. Dr. Caldera?
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
And good evening and welcome. Good evening.
So we're just going to kind of go over the outputs of the town hall meeting. The town hall meeting was held on January 28th, and we kind of discussed the Bandera Road Plan, emergency preparedness, an update from the Leon Valley Historical Society, and taking a look at ARP spending priorities. The Bandera Road update, we saw a video. The feedback we got was the video was too long, and if next time we could have somebody in person. So we'll make sure we take that into account for next year. We did have some questions from the various people, and I went ahead and put them on the screen. I'm not going to go through them all. We did answer the majority of the questions, and we'll be posting these questions as well as the results online. I just wanted to present them this evening before they got posted.
Thank you.
The emergency preparedness, we got some really good feedback. We thought the chief did a really good idea. The only thing they asked for is maybe some possible handouts for next year. There were some questions in regards to the CERT about candles. Chief Knott did look about holding a CERT class here in Leon Valley, and so we'll be pursuing that in the future. They're still trying to get staffing up to be able to have CERT classes available at suburban cities again, but you can send it.
Could Chief give us a list of recommended generators for us to buy? For
I don't know if we'd recommend generators.
All right.
I mean, I don't want to recommend
a generator after I heard Nicole saying that's what got her through the ice storm.
So,
in
yeah, I
Austin.
don't want to recommend a generator and then it not work for you, or
Okay.
But you could talk to the chief
Okay, will you tell me
offline.
what you got? All right, good. Thank you. Nicole, tell me what you got too, because I need to get one. All right, be prepared.
The
Thank you.
update from the Leon Valley Historical Society, President Kathy Hill gave that presentation, and it was overall good presentation, and there was no other feedback provided for that presentation. There was a question about where you park, and she gave an explanation for that. The ARP fund priorities, and so this is the one that required everybody to vote. We did get 89 participants with 1,387 votes, which means there was a lot of people that voted multiple times. So it was the same people that voted multiple times. They thought they would get away with not voting multiple times, but that's what the 89 participants and the 1,387 votes.
I was going to ask you, is that the participants in the room and then online
No,
too?
yeah, it's everybody that participated
Everybody.
in the survey.
It's
The survey was
everybody,
open for
okay.
14 days. Out of the 14 days, you had 89 participants with 1,387 votes.
Okay,
So the majority of your participants were over the age of 61 with a bachelor's degree who have lived in Leon Valley for over 21 years. They've lived here because it's a convenient location with at least one minor in their home. They would like the majority of the funds to be spent on water infrastructure, and the number one priority for quality of life are the pools and choosing a combination between the pools and pickleball court. So this is just, I'm not going to go through each of the slides, but here you go, is 38 participants for the age 61, 34 of higher education, 21 plus years, 50 participants live in Leon Valley for 21 plus years. They live here because it's a convenient location. The majority have at least one minor in their household. There wasn't a choice for zero. We told people not to vote on that one. And so, the 1.6 million, if you take a look at, when we looked at percentages, it took the average and it looked like the majority of people wanted, ARP funds to be spent on water infrastructure. Again, the AMI equipment was about $500,000 and line replacement. So it looked like, and then the rest went to quality of life. Again, pools ended up coming out first. The combination was pools and pickleball. And then we just kind of asked.
I just wanted to share some feedback that I heard at my table and surrounding tables. On a slide like this, and just for future survey purposes, slide like this, when you have multiple combinations, right? Like there's 6 different things that are possible in here, and so if you think about all the different permutations of that, there's 700 different possible permutations or something. So like there were a lot of feedback around if you're going to ask for multiple things, do a ranking instead of doing like groupings, because it just doesn't.
Okay.
Also, I think just having a little bit more time. I think it was, for me, I just, wasn't there one that you had to prioritize them all?
Yeah, that was the one.
Yeah, and I just think we need, I just think we needed a little bit more time to kind of, anyway, just FYI, if we do that again, which I liked.
What would you like to see the city spend the money on? And there was, we call it a word cloud. It's kind of light, so it's kind of hard for you to see there. But the words get bigger as the majority of people put the same word in there. And so you'll see like infrastructure is really big, Pike Lanes, beautification, return taxpayer money. So you do get a few in there that are, but infrastructure seemed to be a big one, and so I kind of grouped that in with like the pools and getting that replastered. So some citizens to be heard. These are some of the things that just kind of came out of the conversations while we were there. Council will be looking at short-term rentals. We'll be bringing that back. Red light cameras, y'all are part of the consent agenda this evening is to discuss that. The light at Huebner and Evers, there was some discussion about whether or not there was a malfunction at that light. It was determined that there is no malfunction at that light, but people are trying to determine a pattern, and then they're breaching the yellow, thinking the yellow is going to turn to green, or and it's not. You just need to follow the traffic laws. So if the light does turn red, you don't go. Deer's destroying the yards. There was some feedback on that. Fences in the front yard, y'all be taking a look at that in the future. That's on your pipeline. And then all the questions and answers will be posted online.
Okay.
Some next steps. Melinda is in the process of getting quotes for the pool repairs. We knew that was coming. We needed to get that kind of at the forefront because those need to start happening now if the council so chooses. And so getting quotes doesn't require any money. So Melinda's been getting those quotes. And then what other direction you would like to see based on the outcome? Would you like for us to start looking at the pickleball courts? Do you want to hold off on the skate park? We do have another item coming after this that discussed the LIFT fund. As part of the original conversations, those monies were also going to come from ARP funds. And so I just want to know how the council sees this moving forward in the future. The other thing that was brought up prior to the council meeting was possible dog park. We're still waiting to see if Google will sponsor that. But overall, we know that the residents, and it's not addressed in this PowerPoint, but we've heard time and time again, a dog park is something that the community has been looking for. And so is that something that you want to get quotes on and kind of spend ARP fund monies on? And so we can start getting together a budget of these funds and how the council would like to spend them in this fiscal year if you want to come back for a budget adjustment, and how we can start allocating those funds in next year's budget.
Okay. And also you talked about buckets.
So the
at
buckets
council,
of money,
but there was-
when you took a look at the money, when people got to spread it out, again, it was water infrastructure. And then we jumped into just quality of life. And so some people, you saw 17% in mental health, 16% in public assistance like utility, mortgage, rental assistance, 30 in quality of life, 34 in water infrastructure, support a nonprofit was the low end, and then like public buildings like the library annex or the parks and the restroom. And so when we take a look at something, if you add all these up, it's like over 124. But when you take a look at the top two, and that's typically what we look at. We take a look at these buckets and percentages. What your residents here are looking for are for the council or for these funds to be spent in water infrastructure needs, and your quality of life seems to be the two major components on how they want the ARP funds spent.
Okay. And then I thought, Mr. Stevens, didn't we look at AMI at a TML convention a couple of years ago? I thought
we did. We brought back a whole presentation, actually, a little less than a year ago. It's about $500,000.
$500,000.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I just know that we had looked into it and I wasn't sure. And then I do know that we already committed last meeting to fund the impound lot.
Right.
So
and
I don't
we're still
know
waiting
how
on
much that is.
Right. We're still waiting on quotes on that.
Yeah. So that's something that we did make a commitment last year. So, okay. All right. Yes, Councilor Orozco.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd just like to see the quotes that Melinda gets before we allocate any more monies anywhere else. One of the things that they had mentioned was the quality of life, which is important to our citizens. I'd like to see the quotes that we got there, the money that we're going to have to most likely spend before we start allocating any more money anywhere else.
So we have estimates for the pools as we presented at the Saturday meeting. It's about 170,000, I think, is the number. But she's getting the actual quotes on what that will actually cost. But it sounds like to me that because of the way that this presentation went, that pools are still a number one priority. I mean, we've talked in the past about doing maybe one pool and closing one pool, and having those conversations, and then nobody can decide because it's a 50-50 split. And so if we're going to start investing on continuing to repair both of these pools, then in the future when you're looking at bond initiatives, then you know for sure, then you have no indication that you're going to close any of those pools, that your plan is to keep them if you're going to already invest in replastering and repairing these pools.
And do we need to make the decision tonight to go ahead and, I know you wanted to wait to fund?
No, you don't need to wait.
don't-
I
I
mean,
don't
we
know
can wait
how-
on that. I just want to
what's the
make sure.
timeframe?
Right. I just want to make sure that we start, because we've been wishy-washy with the last $1.6 million until we have an actual need, kind of like the fire truck happened.
Mm-hmm.
And then you're like, okay, we need to fund this, and this is how we're going to spend it, and this is what we're going to do. I'm just trying to get more of a direction on, okay, guys, we need to start allocating these funds. The timeline's going to start coming down where these funds need to be allocated, and how do you want to see those funds being spent? And so I wanted to have that conversation. If it is all on quality of life, that's fine.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to make sure, like the skate park, we looked at a $500,000 price tag on the skate park. Do you want to just nix that idea? Do you want us to start taking a look at how much it'll cost for a dog park? Do you want us to start taking a look at getting quotes in different areas?
Yes, Counselor Stevens. And we do have 70,000 already in the budget, right,
Correct.
for the dog
And
park?
you're already at, but that's still from ARP funds.
Is that still from ARP funds? Okay, thank you
And
for that
that's
clarification.
not included in your 1.6.
6, that was prior to that, yeah. And-
So
go
to
ahead.
start off, I have a question about the survey results. Like it was the first slide that you had done. You said like 89. So the way I read that, does that, because that seems like outrageous if there's really all those extra. Does that just mean maybe like each participant voted like 14 times?
There's probably somebody,
But,
and I've known this.
but like on each separate item?
So what typically ends up happening with our surveys all the time, and this is where we get the criticism for it, is when we do electronic surveys and we make it open for 14 days, which y'all like the surveys to be open after the extended period of time, people go in every single day and will fill out the survey over and over and over again to get the results that you have. We've had that happen when we do paper surveys. We have people go to the library because y'all want to make it accessible, and people go grab 10 surveys from the library and fill them out. So then we went to an itemized survey where there was a key, like 2 surveys per address is I think what we did for the bond survey. We only allowed 2 surveys per household. Well, even if one person lived there, they filled out both surveys. So you always have that error when filling out surveys, unless you do an identification number, and you only, you have somebody marking off like this person already filled it out for this address, and you take all of those into account. But anytime we do an electronic survey and you have it open for that extended period of time, you have people that want their item. And so whether or not the survey results are considered accurate or not, I've had that argument with y'all for the last 14 years when we've had town hall meetings and we take survey results. You're using a very, very small sample size to direct how these funds or any of your city funds are being spent in the future. And so this is just how y'all have done things. I'm not saying that that's the way you should do things. I'm just here to present the item, and this is the results that came out of this survey.
Cool, so that can really distort the results. I don't really want to discuss. I think in the future, maybe we should have the town hall close that survey out, those results, and then have the same survey, restart it, open it up to the public, because then we'll have a town hall survey results, and if we want to add them together, we can, but then I'll leave that
And
option.
there's no way to prevent them from voting more than once?
I mean,
Okay, I mean, I was just,
you can attach an email address. So,
okay.
I mean, there's
was
a lot of things that you can do, but a lot of people are like, well, I don't want to give my email address.
Oh, okay.
I don't want to give my
I
address.
gotcha.
And then they don't want to fill out
Okay.
the survey. So we've gotten all kinds of feedbacks when we do surveys. It's one of the reasons I don't particularly care for doing surveys, because we always get criticism no matter how many different, before we wouldn't do the electronic and send out, and then people were like, well, I couldn't make it to the town hall meeting, so my vote didn't count.
Okay.
And then we opened it out to the public and required an email address. People didn't want to fill out with the email address. People didn't want to give their address. They thought we were going to, release their
So, I mean, but we
Go
aren't,
ahead.
I think surveys are still good. We aren't the first people that have challenges
Sure.
with them.
Mm-hmm.
So my opinion on this topic is I think we should pursue the pool changes, the pickleball, and I think we should pursue the dog park, plus the base, the gravel pit, or the parking area that will be adjacent to the dog park, that also the Little League would like to use for some of their events, and then we use some of their parking for some of our events. And I think that's probably it to start off.
Okay, so pool, pickleball, dog park, and the parking lot for the dog park.
Yeah, in regarding the dog park, and we had just discussed this prior to the meeting, but so Google is being kind of wish-washy about their location, and so I think in the event that we finally execute an agreement, we can just put that money that they give us back into like something we can decide at that time, but like a parks reserve fund or, something that's for recreation maybe.
Okay, appreciate your input. Okay, Mr. Martinez, how do you think the ARP fund should be set?
The pools and pickleball, those are the two that most people want. I believe we should keep both pools. And as for the people voting, there's not an easy way to restrict it. You can capture the IP address of somebody so they can't go home and register, or vote multiple times. But all they have to do is take a laptop and go to McDonald's and vote there, and then go to Burger King and vote there. So, they can always find a way to spoof an IP address and vote multiple times, or go to our library and do it. So
pool and pickleball.
Right.
Okay. Councilor Hefner. Your
Yeah,
input.
just based on kind of some conversations with Ms. Moritz, I think that we might be better served to take this tranche of money and put it towards one large project, like one pool, and get that done without taking on additional debt in a time when we have extremely high interest rates. That might be a better usage rather than spreading it so far around all, a bunch of little small projects, and would put our city pool in a good position for the long term. If I recall correctly, the pool on Poss Road is more than 50 years old at this point.
Yeah, both of them are.
Both are pretty old. And I understand it's not, it's a somewhat divided issue around which pool gets kept. I think long term, if we want to have amenities that are going to be good quality amenities for our city, we're going to have to make that hard choice. So that would be my recommendation, would be to focus on one pool or the other, flip a coin, but tackle one large project rather than spreading it around too far.
Councilor
Thank you, Mayor. And that's where I was going with that, exactly with Dr. Hefner. Councilor Hefner. I'm sorry, I've been thinking.
No,
The
it's Dr.
pool
Caldera.
on Everest has so much potential. They got a party room that can be fixed up really nice, where citizens can rent that out, and maybe we record some of the money back. But I'm with Hefner. I'd like to just concentrate on the pools, and we'll go from there after that.
All right. I just wanted to remind the council that we were going to look at a salary survey with the ARP funding to help us with our employees per department, and that was 50,000. I don't know if it's still that, but
I don't know. I'd have to go.
I still think that we should consider that.
So my thought process with that was to go out for an RFQ for that, just to see what the cost is, and then to bring that to y'all at a future date. I doubt. I mean, I didn't have any anticipation that this evening you were going to allocate all 1.6 million.
No,
I didn't know that.
I agree.
I just wanted to. Where do we go from here? Give this presentation and be able to provide you update information with presentations and cost in the future based on your priorities. So my thought is to go out for an RFQ and see what that costs, and then bring that back to you at a later date.
And then also, we had in the ARP funding, but we've never done anything. That's the city council chamber upgrade, so that our citizens can see the screen and the council at the same time, right? Isn't that the goal of
So
that?
you need an overhaul, and so what y'all put in the budget for the 41,000,
Okay.
we were told after they came in and gave preliminary quotes that 41,000 would not be enough.
Okay.
And
yeah,
so
those are-
again, I mean, we go back and forth on why that's expensive, not expensive. So I keep pulling it back because
Yeah, I
every time
know.
I
I
bring
just-
it back, everybody is like, they're overcharging you. Well, I mean, I can only give you what the quotes come in at. So,
Okay.
but it is something that we're getting ready to bring on an IT person. We're getting ready to hold interviews for an IT person. And so I'm waiting for that individual to come on so that way they can kind of manage that project
Okay.
a little bit.
All right. And I know we talked about the impound lot and the AMI, and I'd rather see the money go to the pool or pools instead of the skate park. I think $500,000 for a skate park is
So it
just
sounds
way.
like pool's the winner. So what I will do is have Melinda
Fine.
bring you back the proposals to get the pools replastered, as well as a complete rehab of how much it'll cost to do either of the pools for y'all. And then y'all can decide which ones y'all want to do.
Okay.
Okay.
How about the citizens? What would y'all like to say? Anyone on how to spend this money other than what we've already, but I'm just since we're here. Okay. Seeing no one, then we'll move to the next agenda item.
Have
Oh,
somebody.
yes, Mr. Campos. Okay, thank you. Wanted to give y'all an opportunity.
Good
Yes.
evening. My name's
Good
Philip
evening.
Campos, and I live in Castle Estates. Mayor, great discussion. I agree with the direction y'all are going. Thank you for the input, and hopefully we get these pools going. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. All right. Yes.
I'm going to ask that you please take up the consent agenda next. I hate to take things out of order, I'm sorry, but you have somebody that looks like they're probably waiting for the consent agenda to be approved.
Okay, very good. Let me go back. And which consent agenda? Oh, yes.
Oh, can I just comment on that last
You
agenda
sure can.
item? So I really would like to see the dog park. Like, I don't, Google's, who knows what they're going to decide to do in the end regarding their hut. But I will remind the council that we already thought this was a done project back in the day. It wasn't surveyed at all. Had it been surveyed, I would imagine the results would have been similar to the 2014 results, in which like a ton of citizens commented they want a dog park. So I hope that we can add that to.
Okay. But we're going to go first with the pools.
Yes, I'll bring you back costs
Yeah.
for all of,
Okay.
for everything that
Can we
was.
do the dog? Can you bring back costs for that?
All right. Let's see. And the consent agenda, let me look at that. Consent agenda, if there's no objection, we'll move then to the consent agenda because we do have
Mayor, I do.
Okay. You want to
And-
move
and
one
you
of
may not
them
have to
out?
pull anything out. I just need clarification
Okay.
on 6.8.
Oh, that's Mr. Hefner's
Discussion
appointment.
for the police advisory. When I was looking at the paperwork, it did not have the name of the person that we're nominating.
But he's got one now.
Yeah, so I'll share with you, Counselor, how that happened. So I got an email from
Phyllis Beal.
Phyllis Beal is the applicant.
Yeah, but who
the
did you
email
get?
didn't originally come
Oh,
from
okay.
her.
Betty Heil?
So no, I'm sorry. Phyllis Beal sent the email.
Yes.
Betty Heil was the applicant.
Right. No, it's the other way around. Betty's
Did I
on
max- okay.
Betty's on the CPAC and would
Flip
like
it around, reverse
another
it.
female representative.
Yeah. So that was, I had an applicant forwarded to me, and I forwarded that along to City Secretary.
So it's Phyllis
And I
Beal.
don't see your applicant on there, name on there either.
No, I did it last month and it was Philip
Oh, it was
Campos.
still, it was.
Right, we were going to try to do it together and we didn't have a resignation on your spot until after the meeting. So
Well, then
that's
I'm
why.
good with the consent
Yes.
agenda.
So it went on the consent. Okay, is there any council member that would like to remove consent agenda 6.1 through 6.9 for discussion?
I'll make a motion that we adopt the consent agenda as written.
Second.
All right. All right, we have a, yeah, for further discussion. We have a motion by Councilor Hefner and a second by Councilor Roscoe to approve consent agenda items 1.6 through 1.9. Any further discussion? Mr. Stevens?
Yeah, so I'm completely in favor of all of these agenda items. You'll notice that consent agenda item 6.6 is regarding the resolution of the City of Leon Valley, Texas, expressing support for the new Senate bill that has a companion House bill regarding the red light cameras. This has been requested from us by the sponsors of the red light camera bill, both on the Senate and the House side. So in addition to this, this resolution that we're passing in the consent agenda, I think this also encompassed a letter that will be ready for all of us to sign.
In addition to the resolution, it'll be a letter that accompanies it. Is that what you're saying? Yes. Yes, sir. Go
Yes, so Mayor, we wrote a letter back in 2021 during that legislative session. There's a similar letter that we're going to circulate. I've got some edits for the city secretary to make the updates from that 2021 letter, and then we'll be sending those to the bill sponsors in the House and Senate, as well as the Transportation Committee chairs in the House and Senate. I will note one thing on the caption. The caption calls out companion House Bill 167 and 177. I did speak with the legislative director from Representative Cortez's office. House Bill 177 was a duplicate. That bill will not be filed or progressed. House Bill 167 is the bill that will advance. in companion with Senate Bill 446.
And I believe Mr. Menendez is sponsoring that.
That's
and
correct.
He is our state senator.
That's correct.
So, okay, very good. Thank you. Appreciate that. Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does pass. Okay, thank you. And thank you so much for being here. We're sorry to have kept you waiting. All right. Okay, we're going to
Sorry,
move.
Mayor,
Yes.
was there a comment, or did somebody have a question about an item on the consent agenda?
No, but we had a representative that was here for a consent agenda item from last meeting, and he just wanted to be sure we passed it. So
I
thank
see.
you so much.
Sorry it took me so long to see you.
Really appreciate it. All right. Then we'll move then to consent agenda item 3. Not consent, presentation, excuse me. I'm back on 3.4. Presentation, discussion, and possible action on an agreement between the City of Leon Valley and Lift Fund to administer a 0% interest loan program to local businesses. And Mr. Salinas, our Director of Economic Development, is back to present. Good evening and welcome again.
Hello, Council.
Hello.
Hello again. So we have started conversations with the Lift Fund to see if they would be willing to be administered for a 0% interest loan program for our businesses here in the city. They've sent over some initial paperwork, and we decided to show it to council to see if this is something they're interested in doing and want to move forward with it. So the same thing happened here as you have the same options here, so you can either approve with us moving forward in the negotiation, or you can either deny us moving forward. Basically, we are trying to see if, Lift Fund would be a good fit for our businesses here. Sorry. So the program here is going to be used to expand businesses that are in town, retain businesses that are in here, and recruit businesses to the local area. The fund would be 100% only for businesses that are in the Leon Valley city limits or that are relocated into the city limits. Again, these are all just initial numbers, and this is where we're requesting the council feedback. We're at $250,000, which will generate $1 million in loans by the Lift Fund. By their own estimates, they anticipate the estimated average loan size to be about $40,000, and between 20 and 25 loans would be written out. Again, that's their own data.
Okay. Excuse me, I've got some counselors
go
who
ahead.
want to interrupt you right now and ask you a question. So we have Counselor Hefner and then Counselor Martinez.
Yeah, so just two questions. The $250,000 amount, so I saw this all in the packet. Is that amount coming from general fund, economic development fund? Where's the source of that funding?
That's the question we're asking here today.
The original discussion, y'all said ARP funds. When we originally discussed the LIFT program, we discussed it at the retreat. And so the conversation was that it would come from ARP funds, but you do have economic development funds. You do have a reserve there. I wouldn't be looking at taking 250 if that was the case. We'd be looking at a lower dollar amount if that's what you want to so choose to do.
Okay.
Perfect, thank you. And then my only other question was around collateral. I understand the Lift Fund collateral policy, but just can you expand upon how that would impact if the city issued a loan through Lift Fund and the borrower defaulted?
Sure. So the city actually has, the loan is not between the business and the city, it's between Lift Fund and the business. So if a business were to default on the loan, the liability would fall on Lift Fund to recover those funds, not on the city.
Perfect. That's all my questions. Thank you.
Okay.
I think Councilor Martinez had a question.
I had it. Okay, I had another question too, but go ahead, Mr.
But
Martinez.
if the loan was defaulted and Lift Fund, the company filed bankruptcy, that money's gone. There's no way you can recover it unless they signed a personal guarantee, but then they just filed bankruptcy for the company and then personal bankruptcy, and we'll never recover our money.
So once we give, we're not recovering any money. So once you decide to do this program, you don't ever see that money again. It goes to Lift and the city doesn't see it. They're just investing and dedicating those funds to Leon Valley businesses.
So,
So-
wait,
so to
wait,
clar-
wait,
I mean-
wait. So the money, we will never get our,
No.
we're giving away $250,000
in order for
and
them
we'll
to
never see
administer
it.
the fund. Yes, sir.
So, to answer your question, your initial question is, we are not making the loan to the business. So if we were to make a $100,000 loan to a business and the business defaults, that is not the city's money that we're losing. It is Lift Fund's money that they need to go back and default on. Lift Fund is essentially acting like a bank, right? We are only paying down the amount that we're giving is to pay down the interest on the loan that they're going to make. That is, so if a business defaults, then we're not losing that money. Lift Fund is losing that money. It's their responsibility to get that money back.
Who is Lift Fund?
Lift Fund is a local organization here.
Is it? I thought it was the county that had, or the
No.
county has
So
a
they
Lift
they
Fund,
partner with
right?
a lot of county. They partner with the
County
city of San
has- I
Antonio, the
just didn't-
county, and they do a lot. And they're very anxious to work with us, mainly because a lot of their board and chairman people are Leon Valley residents. So they're very excited when we showed up at the door to kind of partner with them. So we have a lot of residents that actually work for the Lift Fund there.
But we would need to commit 250,000, or is
If
that
that's
what
what you
you're
wanna
recommending? If that's
achieve.
what, any amount we want. Okay. All right.
Yes, sir.
So this is an independent
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
board. Okay. Mr. Stevens, go ahead.
Is the amount, is it a rotating dollar amount?
No.
Meaning, so when a business repays their debt, they're not committed to issue another loan in the city of Leon Valley with that recovered dollar?
No, so the Lift Fund is the one that's going to keep the interest and keep the profit. So if we are going to, if a business, for example, gets $10,000, that 10,000 does not come back to the city of Leon Valley. That 10,000 is going to go back. They're putting up the principal. They're taking the risk. We are essentially funding 250 to pay down the interest on those loans, right? So that once we give that 250, we will make the loans available. We will make the loans available, and then we will get that money. We won't get that money back, but we will. And for $250,000, we get a 4-to-1 ratio. We get 4 times the amount that we are paying the Lift Fund. So it would make $1 million of interest-free loans available to local businesses. We can tweak the criteria if we want to. We would have a meeting with them, but that money is essentially made available to businesses.
Okay.
Sure, go ahead.
All right. Yes.
Oh, so
You
when
have a follow-up question, Mr.
yeah,
Stevens? Go
so
ahead.
when you say
And then Mr. Hefner.
So when you say tweak, so I mean, there's some things that I would like to see regarding this, like 250,000 seems excessive. And again, I don't know the term of these loans that are offered, but if we're doing like short-term, 2-year or 5-year or less loans to fast-growing businesses, it wouldn't accrue. I mean, the likelihood of it accruing $250,000 of interest is low. So are these like long-term loans that they're issuing, or do they give us any the terms that they will issue these loans?
It's going to be on a case-by-case basis. So again, their range that they're giving us is between $500,000 and $100,000. So obviously, a $100,000 loan would be a little bit more difficult to pay off in about a year or two, but something like a $1,000 or $10,000 loan may be a little bit easier for someone to pay off in a year or two. So it depends on what type of business. It depends on how big the loan is. I think their max is 72 months, which is about 6 years. That is their standard max.
The max is
Yes.
Okay. Yes, Councilor Hefner.
Yeah, so for anyone not familiar with Lift Fund or what it is and what it does, right? It's an incubator and it's a force multiplier of funds. And so for small businesses, somebody who's just starting out, and let's just take, for example, someone wants to start a food truck. And that's something we've talked about in our city.
Yeah.
Say somebody wants to start a food truck and they want to buy a truck and it costs $15,000 and they don't have $15,000, right? But they have a business plan and they have motivation and they meet all of the requirements that Lift Fund has for entrepreneurs, then they can qualify for a Lift Fund loan. Lift Fund just doesn't give money out to anybody. You can't go and say, hey, give me $10,000 and they give it to you. You've got to come with a business plan. You've got to come with an intention and a means to be able to repay that loan. And so what the advantage to our city is, in my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, but when I've seen this and similar programs in the past, the advantage to our city is you have a private entity that's making available loan funds, so that business has skin in the game. They've got to repay the loan. And it's not about, for us, getting a return of 6% on our loan. We're not wanting to be a bank. What we're wanting to do is we're wanting to invest and inject capital into our local economy. And so when we're talking about an organization like Lift Fund coming in, doing all the vetting, doing all the requirements gathering for a viable business plan, like there's a benefit there. And I don't know if you have any statistics around Lift Fund's success rate on loans. But I think it's pretty high, if I recall.
Yeah, so I think they're pretty high. They're better than most banking standards, just because they take a lot of the risk. And speaking with businesses locally here, because I go out every Friday and talk to the businesses, there are businesses that are thriving and are trying to expand within our city and they're buying property. They're going to expand from, 1 building to 4 or 3 and just do huge business here. But as you said earlier, interest rates are extremely high. That may be a deterrent. So this is an opportunity to not only recruit businesses into the city, but it's also an opportunity for our current businesses that are very successful and have a proven track record of and especially want to expand, for them to get the opportunity to expand. I do know of at least 4 or 5 businesses that are extremely excited about something like this because it gives them the opportunity and they have that proven track record. So again, there's an appetite for it.
Okay.
And
Yes,
Mayor,
sir.
one thing I'll add as well is we often in this body and in other bodies within our government, we'll get requests for someone to get $10,000 for a sign or whatever that is. And I think that this is a much more viable avenue to make those funds available. A, because they can be multiplied through private capital, and B, because they have to be vetted in a way that is much more rigorous than any vetting process we would do. Because I don't know how many times our economic development has given out thousands of dollars of taxpayer money for a sign, only for that business to go out of business, right?
Exactly. Okay, and so yes, Councilor Stevenson, I had to follow up.
Yeah, so I actually, I'm pretty in favor of this program. You're paying, so our $250,000, it's not just paying for interest, because it is paying for the vetting. And Lift Fund is very, very successful. They have a very good vetting process, and they take on the risk. So they have to have, even, I don't think that was a good example with the truck, the food truck, because it's like a high risk business. Generally, they, from what I've observed at least, they tailor to businesses that have already a little bit of a proven track record. They have a plan to grow, not only to grow size, but to grow like employee-wise. And the Lift Fund's happy enough with the plan that they're willing to take on the risk of loaning out the money. So I'm very much in favor of this. I think it will greatly benefit the businesses, although I would like to, in maybe over the next couple of weeks, think about more criteria. I would like to add criteria, like maybe for like every $25,000 loaned that, or included in this loan, that they're going to add at least 1 employee in the 12 months after the loan is given. So, like, I think there's a Leon Valley employee, mind you. I think there's maybe some other criteria that we may want to add on to make sure that the entirety of the loan dollar amount is going to a business that's going to grow, and then also that they generate some type of sales tax revenue in Leon Valley is probably a smart requirement. So.
Mr. Salinas, I would just like more information on Lift Fund. How long has it been around and its success? And I just remember reading it on the Bexar County website. They had a Lift Fund option during COVID, I believe it was. And so I'd just like more information about that.
Sure. So
1994.
1994, great. See,
okay,
very good. Okay,
sorry, I'm on
great.
Charity Navigator, and this is a
sorry,
great.
you're what, Navigator?
Sorry, Charity Navigator is a good
Navigator?
website,
Okay.
charitynavigator.org, and you can
right.
go and find information about charities. They give a rating on a 4-star scale. Lift Fund is rated at 94%, which is
that's great.
in their highest categories. And is when Mr. Stevens, for example, in the past has asked people for 990s, right? Those tax forms and availability, and are they being transparent with their things? These are the kinds of things that Charity Navigator looks at for any entity that's claiming to be a 501c3. So to have a 4-star rating on Charity Navigator speaks well of an organization, and it generally speaks well that they are accountable, that they manage their finances well, that they adhere to their mission, that they have good external governance and the way they run their board, things like that. So, you know,
Good to know. I'm going to look them up.
We're talking about partnering. That was why I think when way back at the retreat we brought this up.
So was Councilor Stevens and yourself requested that we take a look at it. The original dollar amount was $250. When we had the original discussion, again, we were in between economic development directors. This has been Mr. Roca's first kind of project, and so we just need to vet it among y'all, and so we're getting some good feedback to bring forth an item back to you.
Well, I agree. We should use our economic development money, and then what Councilor Hefner said, because this LIFT fund will vet it, and that, you know, it just seems like it's a better use of our money rather than us doing it in-house. So anyway, but thank you for that.
Mayor.
I like that. Yes,
And
Mr.
Mr. Salinas, maybe you covered this already and I wasn't paying attention, but how do we have a performance measure for this? How do we find out or keep track of the businesses that have received a loan, and how do we continue to monitor them to see if they're successful or unsuccessful? How this money that we have given out, the $250,000, that's a lot of money. And how is it that we will rate this or be abreast of what's going on with the people that we give the money to? And again, maybe you answered this too, but how does LIFT Fund make their money? How do they pay their employees?
Sure. So the first thing I would say is that let's say we give a business. I'm sorry. Let's say that we give a loan to a business for, I don't know, $100,000 to an expansion project, right? Which is a very real thing in the city right now. If they wish to sell more items, especially a sales tax business, we have internal data that the comptroller provides to us, that I have access to, that shows us every month what that business is reporting. So if we were to see that they received a loan on February 2023 and completion was done in February 2024, right, we can see the trend of sales tax revenue reported, and we can see the direct correlation of a business either improving or, you know, there is a result of a bigger space. That's A. B, if we are filling a vacant position or a vacant spot, we can see that direct correlation as well, especially their sales tax business. I know that LIFT Fund has their own metrics and their own performance measures, so we would obviously want to partner with them. But as far as a direct correlation where we can see almost immediately, you know, it's going to take 2 months just because the comptroller is behind. They report items to us 2 months in arrears. So we can see that direct correlation, especially in the sales tax business, within 2 months of their expansion of you know, going into a bigger building or filling a spot or building a building. So that's number one. Number two, in the property tax, you know, it would take a little longer to see that just because we were, you know, if they're building a standalone building, then, you know, we have to get the county to go in there. But right off the bat, once the building is there and it's operational, we can see those values come into the city, whether it's a service business or a sales tax business. If a building is going up, then we can directly see the increase in property taxes from vacant land, which the city still collects on, to a developed building, whether it be a multi-tenant building or a large industrial building, you know, things like that. So we have tools to find out those direct correlations.
Okay, so again, and my second question is, how does LIFT Fund pay their employees? If they give out a zero interest rate loan and they're getting their money back to loan out again, how do they pay their employees? How is it that we compensate them for what they're doing for our businesses?
They provide the interest loan. We pay the $250. So they're providing loans to the businesses. We're paying down the loan, and the administrative fee is already included in that $250. So they are getting, you know, they're not working for free. As a great of an organization as they are, right? The $250 that we're paying for includes the interest on the loan and includes their administrative fees that they're going to cover to pay their own employees.
Okay, well, help me understand this, and I'm sorry for being so slow.
That's okay.
They're going to charge an administrative fee on the loan that they give out to the businesses?
No. So the 250 that we are providing to them will be used to pay their staff, get the loans, administer that service. We are not doing anything, right? We are essentially providing the service. They provide the initial capital of $1 million. So they've worked out their business plan and saying, you know what, for this amount of money, we have this capital available. It will cost us X to pay our employees. So the 250 is where they're going to use that funds to pay their employee and staff and vetting and all that. That's where that money comes from.
Okay, well, just one last question.
Mr. Orozco, Mr. Hefner says he has the answer.
I can address the two questions that you specifically asked.
Yeah. Excuse me, I'm sorry.
On Charity Navigator, it breaks down their expenses and how they're funded. Out of every dollar received, so it's a charity, right? Just you could donate to it as well. You take $100 out and give it to Lift Fund if you like. Out of every $100, $95 go directly into programs. So go directly to funding loans for small business owners. 2.9% go to fundraising expenses. 1.9% go to administrative expense ratios, which include administrative staff, overhead costs, those kinds of things. So as charity organizations go, they received a 10 out of 10 on all three of those scores, because basically they keep their overhead really low, and all of the money, or the vast majority of the money, 95% of what they receive in, goes directly to the programs that they're operating in.
Okay, yeah, that's an excellent explanation. And I'm sorry for being so inquisitive. Just one last question.
Sure.
$250,000. A year later, 2 years later, they only loan out $175,000. What happens to the rest of this?
So we would pay for $250,000, which will result in $1 million of availability of loans. So, we need to get off the 250. What the public and the businesses are going to see is $1 million. So, let's go, for example, let's continue on your example. If they are making $500,000 available, 500,000, that money will stay there until the money runs out. So if it takes 2, 3, 4 years for that $1 million of loans to be issued out, then the program will continue until that $1 million is issued. There's no timeline on if you don't use it, you lose it kind of situation. It's nothing like that program.
Let's say we give them $250,000. Can they put it in a interest gaining bank and get money as well for interest on that?
No, they will only use that money to administer $1 million in interest-free loans. That is their goal. That is their criteria.
See where you're going now.
I think I've talked too much already.
That's okay.
Okay. Anyone else?
Put it in a bank that would grow interest on it.
Yeah. Especially interest rates now, because we get good interest rate. Yeah.
Yeah. So
exactly.
Just in the interest of time, I think
Yes.
next steps, right? We would need to come back with an ordinance. I would suggest, as the mayor said, funding it from economic development, if that's a number lower than 250 or whatever makes sense. Based on our current fund balance.
Great.
Everybody agree on that?
I have a current fund balance of.
It's like 380 something.
It is 557,000.
Oh, boy, it's
It is
grown.
it is unaudited, but it is 557,000.
Okay.
Yeah, so I would
So
say
it's
that bring back that
Good.
ordinance to, and we could discuss what the right dollar amount is from that funding source. But I also would like to hear, I don't remember if it was Mr. Stevens or Mr. Roscoe that brought it up, but if we can get information back from Lift Fund specifically about if they issue a loan that meets the criteria in Leon Valley, and then that loan is repaid, does that go back into... So I'd like to get more information about what that process looks like for Lift Fund, because I love the force multiplier effect, but I want to see, is it cyclical, and does it come back into our city over time?
So if you're talking about a direct recycling of money.
Well, so think about it. Let me see if I can rephrase.
Okay.
So we're putting $250,000 in. They have a pot of $1 million. They have many other pots of many other millions of dollars for other communities in the area. But that pot of $1 million is for Leon Valley specifically, businesses in Leon Valley who want to take out a loan. If someone takes out a loan for $100,000, that's 10% of our total kind of available credit lines.
Correct.
And then they repay that. Does the credit line get replenished for future businesses to also utilize?
No, it does not.
Okay, that was my question. I'd like to kind of better understand what does happen when those loans are repaid, and how how our city can continue to benefit as a long-term investment, not just past the first 1 million in credit.
Sure. So what we can do is, and again, at your discretion, if we want to have an ongoing program, we can enter into that agreement with Lift Fund, right? So if y'all want to continue the fund in the next year, that once the money runs out, we would have to do the process all over again. But to answer your question, if we have $1 million and someone takes up 100,000, that 100,000 is gone, right? It's not no longer available for our businesses.
Yeah. So maybe one option as we come to bring this back is we can get back with Lift Fund and say, what kind of demand do they anticipate, right? And if it's a 4x multiplier, maybe they only anticipate $200,000 in demand, and we can set aside 50,000, and then we can make that an annual item. But I think that would be helpful to understand what their demand side looks like, so that we can adequately fund it.
Somebody from Lyft can come and have that conversation. We had multiple conversations because originally it was a rotating loan is what y'all pitched. They don't do that. And so if they want us, if y'all want to participate in a program, the yield is the $1 million for your 250, and that's it. They're not into doing a rotating loan situation.
Very good. Okay, yes, Mr. Stevens.
Yeah, so I still think this program is good. I would like to, in addition to the dollar amount and all of that, I think with regards to the demand, what I've seen with the Lift Fund is the demand is extremely high. When interest rates for the best businesses out there are like 8.9%, and so like any business will like jump at an offer like this if it's available to them. So I think no matter how much money we put out there, it will all be absorbed by the businesses that are eligible for it. I would like to see though, and I think I had said one criteria of like the employee. I think maybe we can think creatively also about other requirements. I do think we should require them to generate sales tax. Like we shouldn't be giving to a, this is to increase our base, really.
So we asked that question because we weren't sure if we were able to do that. And
so we were actually very proactive. So I have answers to both your questions on the demand side. The minimum that Lift Fund will do is $100,000. They will not take anything less than that. $250 is what they anticipate would be kind of like a good idea for our community, and they anticipate that to be gone within about a year or year and a half, just because of the current financial market, right? Also, we did ask about sales tax restrictions. They are able to do that. However, it's going to restrict, obviously, the businesses that come in. So in the event that we do have a large employer that does not generate sales tax, that may, limit what we can do with them. So it's something that we would want to have them, once we kind of set it in the paperwork, they're kind of going to follow that rule. So I understand what we'll be I'll be more than willing to ask, but if we get an opportunity for a large employer that is going to bring in jobs but not sales tax, that may just exclude them from this program.
Right. I think that's appropriate if they're excluded from this program, because after all, we are using the money that we're the 250,000 or whatever the final dollar amount. We're using the money that's been generated through sales tax, and so I think it's appropriate. It's unfortunate for those businesses, but I do also think, in addition to those requirements, and maybe there's some other creative ones, that we have like a requirement that they, in addition to following up like on the Lift Fund side with like success stories and how they kind of, push themselves out to the community, I think that maybe we should have a requirement that they also follow up with the city. So whether that's media or just like putting a story in the Lion's Roar about a company that got a grant and what they did with it. But maybe stipulate that the city, in addition to Lift Fund, is allowed to follow them through the track of that loan, and yeah.
Okay, and just, Mr. Salinas, how do you, or do you have any ideas on promotion? If
Sure.
When we get this, have you?
Absolutely. So we, like I said, on Friday I meet with most businesses. I'm out and I do a face-to-face with a lot of them, mostly the sales tax generating businesses. So I have a list of businesses that and their email contact information. So a large email with attachment, a flyer, brochure would go out. If we can get Lift Fund, I'm pretty sure has their own type of website and platform. We would put it on Facebook, Lion's Roar. We have a Twitter page. We'd put it on there as well. If we have other avenues, maybe traditional media, we can do that as well, where we have to pay maybe the San Antonio Business Journal. But we would have other avenues to essentially promote this event. And again, in speaking to businesses, there are very successful ones that really do want to expand, and they're very excited about this loan. So
Thank you. I appreciate
it just
that.
makes a lot of sense.
All right, Mr. Martinez, your last comment, and then we'll move on.
I think we need to move on. We've talked about
Was that
this
all you
for
were
long
going to
enough.
tell me,
No,
is to move on?
No. I'm just a little bit concerned about some of the additional restrictions that Councilor Stevens wants to put. Lift Fund has their requirements, and they are very successful, and they've done a good job with what they do best. And, I think putting additional requirements on them would probably tie their hands and limit the availability of businesses coming into our city. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, I just want to see what other requirements, and we can look at it and
Yeah,
evaluate it.
So I want to respond to that. And actually, going back to your your comment about how can you promote. So first of all, I've gotten your emails as a business owner, and that's like the first time I think I've gotten at least 2 emails that I can recall in recent memory. So I am so happy that you're using a free resource that has been available forever, that has never been utilized by the city until now, for distributing out. And I hope that you can only grow that and perfect it and find cool things to put out there. I get emails also from the Bexar County small, medium, SWBA or something like that. And so they always have the Lift Fund the Lift Fund opportunities available. And so I've clicked on those just out of curiosity. And usually it's usually the county, or more often it's the city of San Antonio. And when you click on that, San Antonio has added a myriad of requirements to theirs that exclude Leon Valley residents, but that also have certain things that they'd like to see. So maybe it's that 25% of them have to go to like a minority or a woman-owned business or something like that. But that all of them, Lift Fund builds in all of the requirements that we put forward. Lift Fund will be able to make the program work with those restrictions. So that's why I think it's good, or it's wise to think on the front end about how we can creatively utilize this program for the businesses that we really want to succeed in our city.
Okay, Mr. Hefner.
Yeah, so I'll just echo what Mr. Martinez said. I mean, I think, did I have you right? You're in support of I thought at the beginning maybe you were not really understanding it. So, but I think by adding on a layer of what we require, are we diminishing the efficiency of the Lift Fund program? Also, I'm not sure that we as a city, if we want the best performing businesses, the best results, I'm not sure that we want to qualify those based on arbitrary criteria, right? So if someone can hire an employee from Leon Valley that lives within these 2 zip codes, I don't necessarily think that that's something we want to add on that layer of, because that person may not exist, right? Like if a company, let's say Mr. Martinez's telecom company is looking to hire someone to lay cable, and the person with that proficiency just doesn't live in Leon Valley, then that would eliminate them from eligibility for one of these loans. So I would think we want to make the funds available. You have the capital out there and able to be used with as few restrictions as possible, understanding that the nonprofit that exists specifically to make sure that those funds go to well-vetted and high-quality opportunities.
Okay, very good. So I think we've got the direction to Mr. Salinas and Dr. Caldera. No motion, but you have got the direction, and you'll come back and hopefully have a Lift Fund representative.
And we'll bring you back some criteria, and y'all can vote on the criteria.
Okay, very good. All right, and if there was any citizens that wanted to comment, I wanted to make sure to include you as well. So, okay, very good. Moving on, I know because we have the bewitching hour at 10 p.m., and Crystal Miranda, I know you've got a long ride home, and I'm sorry I should have taken you next. But anyway, good evening and welcome. And
Good
so glad
evening.
that you're here. Let me read your, excuse me, let me read your presentation, discussion, and possible action on an update of the Leon Valley Jazz Fest. And it looks like it's really coming together. Thank you.
Yeah.
If you'll
Good evening.
begin.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council.
You bet.
Here to provide you with an update as requested of the upcoming Leon Valley Jazz Fest. So you probably have seen this little informational flyer go out. It's just a lineup, just to save the date type of flyer. Notice now that we do have a sponsor, a ragtime sponsor of Lineberger's Attorneys at Law. So they have sponsored the event.
Excuse me, can I ask you for what, is it a monetary amount?
$2,000.
Okay, $2,000. I was just curious. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Mm-hmm.
So the other flyer that has recently come out is the lineup. So we will have Billy Ray Shepherd start things off at 3:30, Europa at 5, and Slim Man, our main headliner, at 6:30. So Billy Ray and Europa are going to play for about an hour, and Slim Man is going to play for about an hour and a half. Before then, we will have David Munoz MC do some DJ music, like around 3 o'clock. So the concert approximately will end at 8 p.m. These are some estimates. The stage and sound is at the high end, so I have gotten a better stage and sound quote. So just to let you know, our MC David Munoz is going to cost us $350. Our entertainment lineup is going to cost us $3,600. Setup needs about $73. Electrician, that's an estimate, and that's more geared upon how many vendors we're going to get that are going to require electricity. Advertisement with iHeartRadio and various other outlets would equal $33.75. We will need an ATM out there. Projected estimate cost is $26. But as I mentioned, you're looking at minus $2,000 because of the stage and sound.
Sponsorship.
And sponsorship, yeah. But my latest stage and sound is minus $2,000.
Is minus $2,000, so that's $4,000. Yeah.
This is the potential layout that we were looking at. The stage is going to be in the middle of the soccer field at Raymond Remkes, and the vendors will be laid out similar to the 4th of July. We will have a VIP area, and that will be closer to the large pavilion. We will have a first aid station provided by the fire department. VIP parking will be at your Poss Road parking lot. There will be additional parking, of course, by the pool. I'm stuck. All right. We do, as of right now, have about 13 vendors that are paid. So we are looking pretty good. This Saturday is the deadline. Logistically, that's a pretty fair, that's pretty where I want to be, just logistically, because a lot of those are food trucks.
Okay, and so that'll be additional income?
Correct.
Okay, so we can add that to the
Yes, ma'am, as a
bottom
revenue
line.
source.
Exactly. Okay, and
The thing
do
that
we
we
have-
haven't taken into account is overtime. And so
yes.
we don't know what that's going to cost. We're trying to wait to see what the food vendors are. We're still working on how much security we're going to need for the event. You're going to have overtime for your fire department to have your first aid kit there, your first aid station there, and you're going to have some public works available to help move trash and clean up and set up and stuff like that. So we just don't know because we haven't held one of these events, and so
Right.
we're still working out to see. We didn't know how many food trucks we were going to have. We didn't know, so we were trying to determine how large the event is going to be to determine how much personnel we're going to need.
Well, how are we going to be able to estimate?
Now that we know it's 13 after the end of Saturday, after I know that let's say there's 20 food truck vendors there, that normally increases the number of people that will attend. And so you have to make sure there's appropriate security, appropriate staffing there. We're not looking like
Not 4th of July, right? Okay, but 3,000, 5,000?
I was estimating
3,000?
less than 1,000. I
Oh,
mean,
less than 1,000. Okay.
You know, in your
All
previous
right.
history, in your last two jazz festivals that we actually hosted here, it wasn't that well attended.
It wasn't that well attended,
And so
yeah.
it was, if I remember correctly, and I'm going based off my memory, on the Saturday that we held the event, I think we estimated about 1,000 to 1,200 people. This is our first attempt at doing this again. I'm estimating on the high end, maybe 2,000 people there
Mhm.
at the most. I could be, again, this is a new event, but it wasn't well attended in the past, and we had some pretty good advertisement and some headliners, and it just,
Okay. And what about the weather?
if
Right,
it
so if it
rains,
rains,
then it will be canceled.
Yep.
If it rains, we cancel?
Yes.
Okay, I just
And you
wanted to.
lose your deposit.
Okay, and lose your deposit. Okay, very good. All right, thank you so much. Any other
Any
questions?
questions?
For Crystal or for any
The
of our?
recommendations on the food at the VIP. We had met with Texas crab boils, thinking of a boil. No? Yeah.
Oh, that sounds good.
Okay.
I was going to say healthy food, not fried food, but that's
No
me.
salad, please.
No salad? Oh, gosh. Doggone. That's my favorite. Okay. All right. Crystal,
Yeah, so
thank
we
you
will
so
have
much.
wine tasting and beer tasting too.
Really appreciate all your efforts. Thank you so much, and drive safely home. All right. All right. So we are almost at the bewitching hour, but we do have announcements and then a request by members. I just have a first one, and I know you might mention it on your city manager's report, but we got several complaints last week about not getting your announcement about the bulk pickup. And so I talked to Dr. Caldera, and I want to thank her. She reached out to Tiger, and Tiger's agreed to move the pickup date from which was last Monday to March the 6th. And so thank you. And I know the people that had contacted me were very grateful. I have yet to get my card. I never got a card, but I know a lot of people got it late.
Maybe you'll get it after March 6th.
I'll get it after March 6th, that's right. So thank you for that, Dr. Caldera. Earthwise Living is March the 4th. That's the next citywide event, 9:30 to 1:30 at the community center. And the theme is combating climate change one household at a time. With it being 85 degrees today on March the 21st, I don't know, something's messed up, I think. But anyway, we've got booths and, everything. And so hope to see you there. It's going to be a fun time. I think I mentioned to the counselors about a lobbying day for the council sponsored by the Northeast Partnership on March 29th, but I realize that y'all are going to probably go up specifically when the bill is being addressed by red light cameras. I was inviting them, but I didn't realize that. So
Yeah, I think when it
Yeah,
hits the
mhm,
transportation
exactly.
committees in each respective house.
Exactly. Okay, and then I know we also got a write-up on Earthwise Living Day in the SAWS calendar of events. So thank you, SAWS, and thank you, Crystal. Did you see that? Yeah, that was great. And then, I think last time we met, many of you expressed, concern and sympathy for the people of Turkey. Well, they got hit with another earthquake, and so, these people are so resilient, and I'm hoping that, they come through. I think it was the family, it was a husband and wife and baby that had been in the rubble for 12 days. Did y'all hear about that? And they were alive, but the baby died. So, my heart goes out to the country of Turkey. So, okay. Anyone else? Mr. Orozco, let me go. Okay. Mr. Hefner? And okay. All right. Man. All right. Okay. So, last but not least, agenda item number 8, requests from council members on future agenda items. Yes, Councilor Orozco.
It's not an agenda item, but if I could have the city manager.
Oh, I forgot Dr. Caldera. See, we've mixed it up so much, and all of a sudden I got all my papers. Dr. Caldera, you're next. I apologize.
Oh, don't worry about it.
See that consent agenda went. Okay, go ahead.
The city manager's report's available online.
And the
see earlier
retreat
today, and are outside.
Mm-hmm.
Again, I'd like to thank Tiger Sanitation for being so accommodating and moving the date back to March the 6th. You can't please everybody. I've learned that with moving it to March 6th, because I do have some people that had their brush out on time and they're still not happy with that. So the last thing is the city manager's possible retreat. Last year, y'all waited till after the election. However, it's up to y'all if y'all want to hold a retreat now, or you just want to wait until after the election to hold a retreat. I think last year y'all held it in June. So again, it's up to y'all what y'all want to do. we can hold it now and get some direction. But y'all normally hold an annual retreat, and that provides everything for the upcoming year, kind of the direction for the upcoming year on big hot ticket items that you'd like to see. So.
Well, we are going to have a change on the council, so I think it would behoove us to wait until we have the next seated council for the next term.
Okay.
And I think last year we held it about the third Saturday in June, which is June 17th, and I would recommend that again for the council. But, I know it's Father's Day weekend, but we promise we won't take up your whole day. So anyway, that's what I would suggest. So the dads are always the one to sacrifice. Okay. And do you have anything else, Dr. Caldera?
No, ma'am.
I appreciate that. Okay, now we'll come to request for agenda items. I apologize. And I had already talked about it, and we mentioned it on the dog park. I was just wanting status on the dog park. So I think Dr. Caldera is going to bring back something on that. Anybody else?
If I can just suggest
sure may.
to the city manager that San Antonio is giving out seminars on homestead exemptions and taxes throughout the city, and I want to see if we can find out who's giving the seminars. I know it's a law firm as well. If we can have one in Leon Valley for our citizens.
Mm-hmm.
So, it's been advertised on TV and everything, but I just know the city of San Antonio is the one that's putting them on.
Sure. Okay.
I'll look into it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I don't know if that'll be an agenda item, but I'll look into something.
And last but not least, citizens be heard. Again, it's buried at the end of the consent agenda. This was So is there any citizens that would like to speak before we adjourn? Okay. Seeing no one, then we will move to adjourn without objection at 9:55 on Tuesday, February 21st, and we stand in adjournment till March the 7th. Thank you. 9:55. Whoops.
I really thought we were going to get done sooner. Well, I needed all these presentations. We've been postponing.
All right, take care. All right, call me tomorrow.
Yeah. Yeah, and we've been postponing some of these presentations for a little while. So they just needed to come back. Oh, my leg fell asleep. I don't know, maybe. Yeah, doing real good. How are things going?
What was the nature?
All right, guys, let's see you guys.
He wanted to be a city manager. Yeah, I mean, that was his goal when he started here, like, in his interview. Yeah, he called me and asked me, like, what's going on? And I was like, I don't know what's going on. But I really don't.
I'll let you know by 10 o'clock. Whatever that Dude Ranch, it's like a community out there. What's it called? There's like homes out there. It's almost like its own HOA, but it used to be a big resort. So I got to know some people going out there. So they talked around. So then they contacted me.
Yeah, but I think he knows that.
See, I don't know enough about it. I mean, I know that there was like some stuff going on, but like, I mean, I don't talk to, like, he doesn't, like, I have enough to worry about here. I don't keep up with other cities.
I'm not trying to put anything on you.
No, I mean, when he was first hired, he wanted to be a city manager. I mean, he was gunning for the assistant city manager job, but he's always wanted to be a city manager. That was always like his goal. He started.
Oh, what's his training? background?
No, he's a fire chief, and then he actually interviewed for. what job? He interviewed for a job, and we didn't pick him for that job. And then Kelly was like, but we liked him in that interview. What did we, maybe it was like a system. I don't want to speak out of turn. He applied for something. I don't remember, like, don't quote me. Yeah, and then he went to like overseas for a little while, and he was overseas, and then he ended up coming back, and then he was fire chief in Port Aransas.
I don't know. Yeah.
Or maybe it was Humboldt. I don't remember, but he was like fire chief for an extended period of time, and then he applied for a job here, and I don't remember if it was for assistant fire chief or for fire chief. No, he was here, and then but we really liked the interview. Yeah, he did really well in the interview, and as part of that interview, we always ask like, what are your future goals and what do you want to do? And I think he said he wanted to be city manager and our city administrator eventually one day, and he had just finished his master's in public administration, and I think he was in the process of looking into getting into a PhD program or like trying to look into that. And then Kelly was like, well, we have this other job, and if your goal is to be a city administrator, then you're gonna need, you can't just be a first responder and move into the city manager role. And so we offered him that opportunity. We did invest a lot of money into getting him certified as economic development and all that. But he was, I don't remember. I mean, you have to add it all up. I don't know. And
I know that's perspective, and it's just, when some guys that I've been friends with on back. What's up, man? Marshall's pretty well liked. All of a sudden, segregation, and they hired, and they turned something.
That's like, I don't know if she told you about the animals.
See, I don't.
Like an investigator, and then everybody was interim was from animals.
That was like the top one, and so there were a lot of
that looks like there might be some ballpark.
Right.
I'm just keeping an eye on it because you can tell people are upset. I mean, they're talking about doing a recall. And if you talk to somebody, they're like,
oh, so she's giving you those. Yeah, that's.
It is fine. It's good. But yeah, we have like, well, yeah, here, come in and you're someone who's redeveloped well, right? And see that how bad history.
I just don't know enough about it to comment on it, but I mean, he left on good terms with us. Like, he wanted to go be a city, we congratulated him in doing that. And I wasn't in a position at the time to have an assistant city manager, and it's just not, the direction we were going at the time. Now that things have kind of settled down, we may be looking at, I need somebody who can kind of fill that role, but at the time we weren't there, and so, he had been, I think he applied at a couple of other cities to be a city administrator, and he got picked up by the city of Bandera, but I don't know enough about.
Oh, what business is that?
And then I think they interviewed, so this is just the council. They had hired
the print shop on George. He's
like
on the other side of the tower.
They contacted some other people.
And I want to say, and now that I'm thinking about it, he was like interim city manager somewhere.
Does he print?
George Wesley. So that's what kind of led Kelly to kind of like be like, here's this economic development position. We have, and man,
he's right on the edge of the
I don't. Well, I think because of his background as interim city manager, and the way he interviewed, and we had, I think, interviewed 80 people.
Okay.
That's the problem. For the price point that we had available, you weren't getting certified economic development people, and at that time, so the council was only like offering economic. I mean,
I was actually just
okay, he's not a certified economic development
because you had to like lose revenue
in the budget world, right?
Yeah.
So
He seems confident.
Yes.
Well,
and
and
so
so
they
you
had
sometimes
sports
have to
ones.
settle
So-
for
so
like,
that's something
they have a
I
general
don't
idea and we're gonna invest in training now.
Yeah, right.
What you're willing to invest in train, you know what I mean? Like, and what the goals are in the community is completely between the manager and the employee and stuff like that. I mean, that's a completely different school of thought.
And I understand there's a divide
And
between
they-
like this particular council, which likes music like
and you know, so everybody's a little bit different in that regard. As far as he's concerned, I know that he came on wanting, like, from the very beginning, like, I mean, that his goal was to be assistant city manager, he was applying at different places, you know, that was just his end goal. And I wanna say he was an interim city manager of like Ford Plus for a period of time, but I don't remember for how long,
For the businesses that are gonna be.
for what, or whatever, you know, I don't remember all the details. And some of those interviews, I wasn't, like, necessarily included in all of those discussions, and so,
John Bandera.
some of it I'm just going based
They're
off
gonna
of
move out
like
soon.
memory and
Because they overthrew
discussion
their
and stuff.
space. They were having problems with their landlord because they had too much parking. Oh, they're staying. Long time. What, do they have a place? Like the whole, did they buy the vacant lot? They're just gonna get out more of the suites.
I didn't know.
Oh, so they worked out their
Oh,
problem.
I forgot, Jordan, to be perfectly honest.
Did
I
they
forgot
tell you
Jordan
about
was
Well,
there.
there, a lot. They said he wasn't there for like, and all of a sudden he said he had some family problem and then he pops up.
Yeah.
Something.
With Tink, yeah,
Yeah,
that part,
no,
that
Mark,
story,
some
I
made up position about security or something, and they were now Missouri City.
yeah, I think he's the actual city, I don't, is he city manager? Yeah, I don't remember, I don't, again, kind of one of those.
I know, I was just.
Yeah. That's
Just some of the things I'm trying to, but I can't.
Yeah, so maybe.
Well,
for-
change is always
for him,
difficult, right? And
maybe-
especially
right,
like
when they're-
long-standing
maybe
community,
another
and when you're an
requirement is if they,
outsider coming in and you're trying to make
planning to stay
change,
here.
Well,
you're always,
that's
you're going to,
Like,
you
you probably
have
should
that,
add
I mean,
something like that,
the
'cause
city of
I could
Bulverde,
see
the new
them-
city manager.
I mean,
came in.
obviously it's not binding, right? If
It's
they
about
move,
to
they
bust,
move.
I can feel it.
But
I've
it's-
had it for
it's
so
a-
long,
It's a.
like the allow.
If you go there, like, or drive there, like, on Friday nights, Saturday nights.
No.
I went there.
No, actually, a city employee made it.
Oh, that's pretty.
And
Oh, it
it's
is,
last,
yeah.
it's
Did it get
lasted
busy
for.
when
I
you were
know,
there?
but if it busts
It's gonna go everywhere.
everywhere and you won't have it.
They want more lighting,
Why
or-
don't you just retire it and get it reprinted?
chief will pick it
Just
up for you.
reprint it.
Oh, it's a new owner.
You know what? I'll
Of
just
the
get it.
complex,
I
it's
know.
not the whole brand.
It's lovely.
Hey,
One of the prettier ones I've seen.
No,
he called me.
Oh, okay.
he just asked me,
Yeah,
he asked,
so my warehouse
if
that
I
I
had
use
issues
in,
with, like First Amendment
like, so
auditors
right
and stuff
next
again, and
to
I said
this long
no.
tab, you'll see there's a.
And then he asked me another
right
question
now.
about something else, and then,
But that's the warehouse I use.
Jack ended up showing up.
So,
Oh,
I'm right
okay.
there,
And
but I
then-
don't.
Jack was totally cool.
I see long tab all the time.
He's a
Excuse me, I
simple-
just want to say, if you could just put together everything you found out
Yeah.
that I need to know for background, so I can just try putting feelers out and see what can happen.
He needs,
way
like,
at least
the other
we get
problem
the
that he
community
has
involved, and
is,
maybe
so like,
we can get some
like
more
the area
foster
where there
homes.
was tiger
I'm
dumpsters
telling you,
recently,
I
they were
did
cleaning
not
out
feel
all
that
that.
night.
The next on my list is to start a
And
foster
it's
home.
getting like it's getting now.
So we have some people to call, instead of just going, Dave, will you take your dog?
Oh, people were dumping in addition to that.
And I'm looking up and down the street, who's got an open garage? You know, with
Yeah, just what I
unfettered.
need, typical sliding.
I own two Leon Valley dogs.
You really? Dogs
Yes, that were stray, that they're now my
they
dogs.
turned out to be good dogs?
And this was such a
It's just
sweet
over
dog.
here, like, we just had, so it is my goal to fix the animal control issues here with Leon Valley, and so originally I was pitching an animal holding facility.
But I want a skate park. I don't care about animal rescue.
You know what?
You're talking about the
I
Sheriff
drove down
County
to the
grant?
skate park
Or
just to
which
watch
grant?
you go.
Oh, I
Go
think
down, I paid that.
Break my other ankle.
I probably
Like I
read
did
it.
at the skate rink here like 3 years ago.
That might be worth it.
I better
Come
go.
on, man. That'd be awesome.
Yeah, because your first
Okay,
email,
well,
you
cool.
put it up.
Yeah,
Yeah, you
yeah.
actually blind copy people?
Yeah, it was one of those.
I was like, oh, should I?
Yeah, and I hear you talking to people.
I mean, I don't know.
I was like, yeah, and I have nothing to talk to you about. You know, I said, to be honest with you, I never had a problem with you when you were in Leon Valley personally.
I'm sure I got it.
trust you,
Yeah.
but you know, whatever. I was like, you know,
I was really, we talk very, I don't know if I was thinking, we didn't talk very much, and
Oh, this is just for the $10,000.
Yeah. I thought he was calling
Yeah,
me
because
like,
that's all
oh, I
this
handled
is.
it.
Yeah, so, but as soon as this goes through, and work with this one, and I did go out and I
Right.
did,
That kind of, I just gave him what
I could tell when
had.
Jack came up and
But
spoke,
all those questions that
there was
you had,
some trepidation on the council whether for him to speak, which I thought was a little weird. And then it made him look good because he took the opportunity to say, I think you should let him speak, whether he's a resident or not.
Yeah, that's good.
And hear him
That's
out.
really-
So, I mean, I think that kind of impressed Jack, but I'd given some background on what was going on. And he came up and he told the
Well,
council,
so
hey,
historically,
I
a
always
lot
hear
of the
when there's
purchase that comes
stuff
from
going
divorce, it
on
kind of made us
consider
turn us off to
their
the
authority. I've
because a
never
lot
heard
of them
anything
were
bad
not.
about this marshal.
So we were spending $10,000,
And
it
I
was
don't
like
know enough
places
about
that
it.
weren't
Normally,
generating
though,
any
and
type of,
again,
and oftentimes those businesses
I don't
did not
know,
last.
you know, how he manages, but if he went through the same programs and stuff that we all did, he wouldn't have done it without
I don't
that.
think
Like, you know, and again, I'm speaking out of like
Hey, do you have the top?
completely generic terms. So
Right.
there
Oh,
may be-
that's just our
on the council.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I
You
don't
guys
know
show
if there
me.
was, typically when you let go, so like.
I don't want dollar
you would
amounts.
let him go,
Do
so
you
it
just
wasn't
know
like-
like the top 5?
Yeah, I let him
Like,
go
what-
at will, but
top
it's not like I
5?
didn't have.
Oh, you had,
So,
but that's my
But
point.
that's something, so he probably does, you just may not be aware because of the
Might not be,
personnel.
might not
I
be.
mean, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
So
yeah,
you always have to take that into
McCoy's,
consideration too.
right.
And so.
Well, I will
that's-
say this, the concern was.
Even though, because a lot of it is just, so they must sell like
The
the
previous
supplies
mayor,
or
the mayor that just got, she just gave up her seat. She had two DUI. And the last one, the officer that showed up to the scene was willing to just release her and let her go in. She had arrived. And when this marshal found out, he said, no, you have to do a report on her. And she has to be charged. And, but by then it was too late to really have a strong case, you know? So, of course, his perspective.
So the one that
is
surprises me a lot on that is Valley.
you know, that.
I knew McCoy's, I see.
But who knows? I'm an outsider.
Right.
again, those are the reports that
And that's why I don't ever like to speak out of turn. I
Right.
never talk about it. So you have to
Sure,
write
no,
bad about a situation because
Right.
I'm not there in his shoes
Right.
to say he doesn't have backup or he doesn't, you know what I mean?
Right.
You know, but like the city of Bulverde, their city manager is brand new. He came in and
Oh, yeah. I would say don't give
And
pronouns
so
of any of
it's
that.
not
No.
unheard of.
Even when I-
But I for sure think it's really good.
Just right now.
And so it's not an unheard of situation.
I'm sure.
It's very competitive. Yeah, you'll get screwed. But I think, I don't know if we
So,
can.
I mean,
Wow.
we've
For
had
sure we
that.
can talk
I mean,
about ourselves
it's not
at
an
the top
unheard of
performance, but I don't
situation.
think-
Now,
Right.
I'm
No, I
just
hear
in
you.
the school of thought that you come into a city,
You don't rock the boat.
you wait
so
to
It's
quick.
crazy, it's freaking free.
where things are at,
Right.
how things are flowing.
Uh-huh.
You learn the city, you learn the personnel.
Yeah,
You know,
Cox
and
might have
then
sent
you
out
start
one or
hearing,
two,
like,
but
this
they
person,
were.
I mean, this is the problem, this is, you know,
Right.
you typically give it some time, and sometimes that's a year, sometimes that's 6 months, sometimes it's 90 days. Like, I'll tell you, like, within 90 days, I know the person who works
You know what one of the
Well,
top
90 days is
performers
pretty
is?
good.
You know, I don't know how long
I
he
never
waited or
even thought
didn't
of
wait, I
I mean,
don't
he
know.
left here in.
A lot of them you think of HEB, all that. Elliott Electrical Supply.
Who? Elliott Electrical Supply?
Yeah, that's like news. So they're
So, I mean, you know, but that's kind of like what happened
Right.
in Commerce, right? When he
So
took
the-
over
yeah,
the
they-
company
we-
that goes,
yeah.
and then they have like the whole.
Cox
So
did-
people
Cox did-
have like different direction that they're taking.
But that's really valuable because that's a
But when
business that
managers
if they
come
start
in,
complaining, we
a
need
lot of
to
times they
attend
wait
to
to
them.
see like how things are flowing or going.
They were actually on the verge of finding, trying a way out, and I said,
It was
why you need it?
Oh, well.
It was a while. She had other people on her, like, when she came in, okay.
Yeah.
That's why you really want that other people, but she had.
See, that's why it's so valuable to have that data.
Okay, Chris, I'll see you tomorrow.
Very
But one thing I will say about her is like,
Yeah, this
I was on that list to go. Like I was, the only reason that I was able to stay when she first came on, because supposedly when she told me later on, she was like, yeah, the council didn't particularly care for you. You were on that list with all these other people, but I waited to be
You
sure.
see,
And
here's
the
the
same thing here, I
thing
mean,
also.
like people's first impression of
Okay,
like
so
Sonic.
But did you
your
know that,
data
or
that
did
you're
you just
getting.
base that
No,
on
I
what
knew
she
that
told
because
you?
people didn't like Manny, and Manny was the one that made me assistant city manager, and so people didn't know me. They thought Manny just promoted me. You know what I mean? So they didn't like me when they took office. And then people got to know me and understood, you know, oh wait, she's not like Manny.
Just out of curiosity, you're talking about
Oh, hey, I wanted to ask you, so do you see on your report, do you see
Monica Carmen Sanchez, like all of them, like.
and how did they rank?
Like, or, yeah, like, they just didn't know
Are they in
me.
top 10?
And then.
But they
like,
associate
They
you with someone that they were
didn't care
against.
for, right? And so that's what, just kind of like the way it was with some people were like, when I first came on, like, I just all these things, and I'm like, just wait, let me take position and let's see if the mentality changes correct, and that's what
Okay,
happens.
so you're
And then the people
category.
that don't fall in line,
So I
they
did,
have to
I
go, and that's
wondered
normally
this.
what happens.
So if somebody in
And so
our.
I don't know if that was his take
I
on
don't want to say
that, because I don't know the situation,
but so say
but
somebody
sometimes that
orders
happens,
from
like you're going in one direction, and then some of the staff doesn't want to go in the same direction you're going, and you as a new manager, like, you're either jumping on the ship or you're not, and if you're not
Okay,
gonna jump
so,
on,
and that's what I.
cut you, then it is to keep you. But again, I'm speaking out of like generic terms, I don't know.
Okay, yeah.
It's just really interesting. I don't think, like, for instance.
And see, those are high dollar products.
Like, you would have turned to some consulting agency that was somehow related to
It
a
just
previous.
Right.
But the
On a
situation
$1,000
is-
phone, we
so
get
like
$8
for us, for instance, we had issues with our property. I absolutely would have hired a consultant. I don't have the expertise.
No,
to go
that's
through
the
there,
total
and I
tax.
wouldn't have
So
trusted
we
the
get
current
20.
police department if there was errors in the property room to tell me that there were errors in the property. They're not gonna tap it on me and say, so I need to find somebody else to do that.
yeah,
Texas Rangers
yeah,
won't come in and do an inventory of your property. They're here to, so you have to find an independent auditor to come in to take a look at your property room.
And via gets, that's
Already
what we're talking
related.
about.
That's
Some way or another to people
and
you're
to be-
related
but
to.
anyway,
Cortez and all these
well, to
guys.
be honest with you, there's just nobody.
Well, no,
there's
we
not
spend-
like
we
a
spend
whole
twice
lot-
as much
that
as
there's
barrel,
not,
the
but
barrel of
street
like
maintenance.
people
Like
available.
our own street
just
maintenance,
aren't
you know, it's kinda
there. And so sometimes you do recycle. Unfortunately, you just do. City managers, I mean, if you take a look at the, they jump from city to city to city to city to city, because there's not a whole lot of that.
See, I've never seen comparison
And
to
so
the
a lot
other
of times
suburban
you
cities.
do,
This is kind of
like if I
valuable.
had an issue here,
Net payment
where
this
I'm
period.
reading something,
Yeah,
I
I've
would
seen
have
all
to
the
probably
northern-
go look at a consultant
They're
firm.
always
Now,
kinda-
because of our history here, I wouldn't go
Right.
dip into the same pool everybody had issues
Right,
with.
right,
I would be reaching out to somebody in Dallas or Houston or something like that.
Hey, can you
And
add
so
another
he's just
column
going
that says,
by what he knows. Well, Horcrux doesn't
payment?
have an issue.
So you would have to add
But
population.
Horcrux isn't a bad guy. It's not like he doesn't know what he's doing.
Oh, okay.
And so,
Oh, sure, no, no.
and so,
yeah.
so if I needed something from his firm on like a zoning.
It would be
and I was
interesting
gonna
to
go
see,
IID and
because
I
that would be a
needed to
valuable
audit some
number, I think.
Plans or something.
For-
I would call him.
Because obviously,
I mean,
shirts
everybody
is
has
like, I don't know, it's a growing city,
their
60,000
niche,
people.
but I wouldn't bring
living
you
now.
back here.
Well, yeah, because you know he's related and hired people that we see as the cause.
Right, so, and so you just gotta understand like people's niches and where they're at, and so he may have gone over there
Oh, okay.
to do an investigation,
To allow
you know,
for it.
Yeah.
and I mean, but again, I don't know what made him select that
Do you
firm,
have
I
a
will tell you,
why?
at the meeting, why did we spend $30,000 on an investigator to come in? The same firm to spend another $30,000, $40,000 on an
professional,
interim from the
general
same firm
services.
recommended. People are starting to realize, hey, what's going on?
Manufacturing.
And so
Is
all
this
this
all-
is, hey, we've seen how
So
this
this is
circle,
only
this
taxable
revolving
food.
circle works.
So this would be
It's
your
all-
fast food type of.
And
You know, the
taxable
perspective it's
food.
about.
municipalities.
So it wouldn't be
in general,
your-
there's not a- So like if y'all needed interim city manager, you're
But only the
going out
taxable
to like the same firms. I mean, you're
Wholesale.
going out to the same city managers that have been around in this area for a long time.
Or any of those
Not a
firms,
whole lot
or
of-
do you recall
like,
any of
Even
them
legal
on
law
that
firms
list?
as
like,
well, right?
There's like two,
top five,
two or
like
three
you're,
firms.
we had to go all the way to Dallas, like Dallas, I mean, you're
Office,
paying.
the liquidator.
You know, like, it's just a matter
Yeah,
of
they-
like, what's
They have an
available
excellent-
and what's
have you been there
your
already?
resources. And then you do you really want to pay for consultants to come down from Dallas, because that
Oh,
cost just went
so
from
they have
30
an
to 50.
excellent social media.
But
presence.
for
Just that, like, I think
anonymity,
they're the
for
best.
anonymity purposes
Out of all
over
the
here, if I had
businesses I've seen
issues,
in Leon Valley,
I sure
they're
as
by
hell,
far
because of our past,
the
would
best.
pick it. I would say,
At
you're gonna
social
spend the
media,
extra
every day.
$20,000
Every
to bring
day.
somebody in, because I don't want the look of the person. Correct. But just getting somebody completely independent. But in his case, he's not dealing with a past history of these firms.
Right.
He's just saying, like, these are the firms available, this is the person that gives us.
Yeah,
you
from
know,
his
like-
perspective,
but you
and,
see
and honestly,
picking up
so
on
long
the
as you
fact that
prioritize
here we've
the
had two
Elliott
city
electricals that are kind
Yeah,
of, you know,
and I thought the
And then they start doing, and then people know about
HEB's
what
always
went on,
here.
whether it's because of the auditor's videos or
They're having an issue
circle,
with tenant
municipal
issues.
circle or whatever. So then they start,
They're actually
they start getting concerned, rightfully so.
Oh, they're leasing? Yeah, they lease it. They're gonna do about $2 million in renovation.
Yeah, I don't, again, and I don't,
I have been, there are city managers that
Are
I
they gonna
wholeheartedly
expand their
would
parking
have
at
stood
all?
by my
That's always
car
an
that I
issue,
looked up
it seems
to
like.
and found out later and completely disappointed in their behavior and
That's
character.
right,
And so,
'cause it's all
there- I
gray
mean, it's
area.
not that
And it
people are
floods right there,
fallible
too.
by all means. And so, I'm not gonna say he's, 100%.
Oh, yeah,
I think
that's
he's a great
right.
guy, when he worked for me, he was
Hey, do we own
100% ethical,
the
he had a lot of
building
he was
that
smart,
was
got
demolished
confident. I
right
think
next
he
to
would
the
be a great
gym,
city
next to
manager,
the
that would be
HB,
my
then there's the new gym.
recommendation of him, but I don't know him as a city, like, I don't know
Or
him in
Right.
that
In
role.
that- he didn't
I-
serve in that. There's
And so I'm not gonna go out
demolished
on a limb and say
building. It
this
was like an
person
old
will
steak
never do
spot.
wrong, like,
It's been
I will
big-
never
it's a
say that
lot.
about anybody.
It just has-
I mean,
it's
I'm
Just out of
very-
curiosity, I mean, whether you want to.
I don't know if you know where, it's right next to Office. Did you feel like you? Well, and the gym.
For the direction that he was provided.
Oh, really?
So there's a, there,
Because
Like you
if
checked all
it's
the boxes.
ours, I don't know what you might be saying.
Yeah, I
but-
mean, yeah.
The perspective as a resident was like,
I don't know where the line.
Well, and you have to understand, like, the direction he was provided by administration was completely different than the direction that the community wanted that department to go in, if that makes sense.
Oh,
So
so it's
no
right.
direction is somebody to like go business to business, go out there, get these programs in place, do these things. His direction from administration was not that. Was more big picture, business relations, like business compliance, along with business compliance and quality comes better businesses. Right, and so like, right, so it's a little bit of that, and then when I took over, we started refocusing him. By that point, he was already on his way out. So like, it's hard to refocus somebody when they're already like, why are we going this direction now? This city manager's changing my role, and I, want to go be like that position.
We really
right?
haven't,
And
yet.
so
We gave some to
it's-
COVID, but we haven't really done anything.
I think they gave,
No, I know he did.
That's his fault.
Can we walk to the car?
But that's just an addition to probably.
Yeah, they're ready to go home.
so anyway, okay, thank you. It's good talking to you, and I just, yeah, no,
Yeah.
getting contacted by people who are like, hey, we know you own that crap.
Everybody has the ability to speak to whoever
Yeah.
they want.
That's what I told them. I said, I hope you don't plan on limiting my
there a
speech
cap
when I
on the
come to
dollar
the council
amount?
meeting, and
Right
you
now.
just understand I'm
Right now.
exercising
No,
my
no,
right
they're
to be able to, yeah. Right.
That's probably reasonable, I think.
Between 500 and 100,000, that's what the packet says. Hi, nice to meet you.
Yeah, good to meet you too. Yeah.
Loud about there.
No, not me. I'm very shy.
Just kidding. Well, yeah, good job, keep it up. I'll be watching for the.